What is going on, chefs? Let's move that up just a tiny bit. We're either going to leave the chat here, or we will move it down here to the bottom right, if that ends up looking like it's going to be better. What's up, Thorpe? How's it going, my man? Pop out the Twitch chat really quick. What's up, Breaking Bad? How's it going, fella? Or brother? Let me actually edit this Twitch title just a little bit. Drop. Okay, there we go. Let's go ahead and get that music going as well for the Twitch stream. Okay, Twitch stream should be good now. It's got desktop audios. It's got the music. YouTube stream, no music. Sorry, fellas. That should be good to go. Okay, let's go. Yeah, what's up, Don't Know? How's it going, brother? Leveling my void. Nice, nice. Yeah, that's what we're going to be playing today as well. We got some learning to do. We didn't actually play too much since the last stream because we had Easter stuff going on. Had some like family stuff to do and whatnot. But we are now in the end game. We have almost got to the point where we're going to be doing like empowered monoliths or whatever. I'll actually pause the music for just a quick second. And yeah, so we're going to be doing empowered monoliths soon, but we got to like finish wrapping up these 3 timelines up here. And then I think we unlock it after that. I don't really know what the shattered road is. Figure that out later, I guess. What are you doing? My green screen is messed up. Probably need to up my top light just a little bit. Maybe that'll help. A little dark over there. Yeah, the green screen's a little dark. Okay, that looks a little bit better. Are you still playing PoE 2? Yeah, I mean, I'm not playing it like today. I didn't play it yesterday or the day before that, I don't think. But I mean, I do still have plans to play PoE 2, obviously. Not like done with PoE 2 for the Dawn of the Hunt patch by any means. Don't actually know how much longer I'll be playing Last Epoch. Kind of depends if I end up making the decision to play like another character, or if I'm just kind of gonna play this one Void Knight until I get either bored or I feel like I've just kind of accomplished whatever I've, wanted to accomplish, I suppose. But yeah, for the time being, we are going to be playing Last Epoch. We'll probably be moving back to PoE 2 some point here in the near future. Like I said, still not sure how soon, but we just have to see. I'm kind of enjoying Last Epoch at the moment. With that being said, like the one issue or the one main issue I've had with the game pretty much the entire time is still completely present. I feel like I've yet to encounter like a single challenge in this game. And I know most people, or like a lot of Last Epoch players, their immediate counter argument to that is like, well, you haven't even gotten to empowered monoliths yet, or corruption or whatever, but, you know, we'll see when we get there. And even if that's the case, I feel like having to wait all the way until, you know, empowered monos or whatever to feel like I have any sort of a challenge is maybe overkill. Oops, I thought I got frozen. So yeah, this is some boss, some level 90 timeline boss. I'm level 79. My build is definitely not optimized, but don't really know what the boss is doing, but it doesn't seem like it really matters. Some like immunity phase probably with the ads. Not bad. We got relics. We got actually one LP relic, or one legendary potential. Frostbite on hit. Damage over time. Okay, we don't really care about that. Block chance. I mean, none of these are great, but we definitely don't need the cold res, and the block chance is moderately helpful, I suppose. Some random Warcry helmet. I don't think we care about that really. We already have that unique relic. This one has 1 LP. And yeah, I don't think I have either of those, so. Have you done Uber Aberoth? I definitely have not done Uber Aberoth. I don't even think I'm anywhere close to Uber Aberoth, although I'm not positive on that, but my current understanding is that I'm kind of nowhere near Uber Aberoth. Where are my next points going? It's actually a decent question. Honestly, one more base crit probably never hurts anybody. Let me check one thing really quick. Bum, 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 okay, yeah, I think this is decent. All right, so I think we're done with this timeline now, I believe. Let's see. Yeah, I think we're done with this one, so we just move on to the last ruin and spirits of fire. And then I believe we actually have glyph of envy. I don't have a freaking stash over here. I have to go somewhere else. I have no stash here either. Okay, awkward. Yeah, I need to grab a random rare item or something that I don't really care about too much. Okay, yeah, no, let's try and move the chat to the other spot. I had an idea of another spot. I can see how this spot probably won't work. Okay, let's try her. Okay, so I need like a random rare item that I can just glyph of envy in this place. Probably do this pair, although this pair is actually not a terrible pair of gloves. But yeah, I think we're gonna do this pair. Just gonna slap all that. And then yeah, back to the last ruin, and now I think we need to just glyph of envy. This item, we might have to do one echo here, if I'm not mistaken. A chance to, yeah, like glyph of envy. Destabilizes an item, blah, 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 blah. The stability is 7 to the most recent monolith timeline you entered. Okay, so yeah, so I do need to do one echo here. Let's just do tomes of experience, right? I think that's what this is. Go here, take care of this. Then we're gonna glyph of envy. That's gonna like omega juice the timeline. Once the timeline is juiced, we can kind of just like skip through to the quest parts, so that way we can continue to get closer to our powered monoliths. Which, to be fair, I'm not actually sure like what level you're supposed to be doing empowered monoliths. I don't know if there even really is. I don't know if level even really matters, or if it's just more about character power. It seems like level is kind of irrelevant in this game, considering I've like the little bit of end game I've done, I've just constantly been in zones that are like 10 to 15 levels higher than my own. Rune Warden. This gives me another rune prison exiled mage encounter. Interesting. Go grab this shrine really quick. And we're gonna skip this Tomb of the Erased, I think. Honestly, we could just probably hold off on doing more of those until we actually get to endgame. We have already progressed our Weaver tree a little bit, but I think at this point just waiting until empowered monoliths is probably the play. Actually, another champion encounter down there, or a nemesis encounter down there, but I'm just gonna skip it. Spin, 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 spin. Pick up the goodies. Nice. Portal out. Open up our little goodie boxes. Grab the tomes. Actually, let's grab some runes of shattering really quick, because we're a little low on those. Okay, and then now we can glyph of envy this. Let's just throw some random stat on it really quick. Maybe give it like more juice for the glyph of envy. Just put something we don't care about, like attunement. Oh, it requires level 86 to forge. Just kidding. Yeah, we're just gonna envy it. Envy. Oh wait, I can't even envy it because it requires level 86. Damn it. Okay, so I need something that's not too high of a level. Let's go with these gloves then, actually. Let's add a prefix to this. Let's go with attunement. Add. And now we're gonna glyph of envy. Wait, do I actually need to... I actually have to upgrade something while I use glyph of envy? Interesting. Unpredictably changing all properties other than the affix being upgraded. Oh wait, I see. So that actually does something to the item too. It just like kind of like kabooms the item, I suppose. I didn't actually know that Glyph of Envy did that. Gave me a sealed affix on this. But I mean, it's honestly a pretty terrible pair of gloves after that. So we're gonna removal for the hybrid health. We didn't get it. No, we actually didn't get it. No, we just have to shatter now. Okay, we got it anyways. All right, now, so yeah, so that juiced the shit out of the timeline. So now we can just run the quest directly, which is kind of nice. Damage numbers looking like wow. Kind of true, kind of true. This game gives me, there's other things about this game too that draw, like you could draw similarities between Last Epoch and WoW 4, to be honest. That whole like vibe of the game doesn't really start until you get to like max level and super deep end game. It's very prevalent in Last Epoch, it feels like. Fixing to start LE. What build is this? I'm new to the game. This build is a Warpath Sentinel. And so I went Sentinel, and then the Ascendancy or the Mastery I chose was Void Knight. And like my primary damage skill is Warpath, which is basically just this little whirlwind attack that I'm using. Only kind of unfortunate thing about this build is I don't have a movement skill, but I'm actually wondering if there is something I could give up for a movement skill. I'm just not. It's unfortunate, I guess. I'm not really sure there's a way to like do that type of stuff in this game where I could have like a skill for mapping and then a skill for bossing, because every time I despecialize the skill, I'm just gonna lose a bunch of levels on it. Kind of feel like the stuff that I have right now is probably pretty mandatory for bossing, but I envision I could drop like Anomaly or Abyssal Echoes or something for maps, but I just don't think there's like a way to really do that in this game and then still use it for bosses. I think I just need to get a shit ton of movement speed wherever possible. Eventually be fast enough to not feel like I should have a movement skill. LP1, random, weird, unique. It's no real relevance to me, but it's okay. Damn, 2 dungeon keys actually. Nice. I'll probably need to run that Temporal Sanctum dungeon at some point in the near future, or maybe not the near future, but I will need to run it eventually to start making my legendary items. I do actually have a ring with LP2 that maybe wouldn't be terrible for my setup. Ooh, very hard, very hard. Doomstar, crit chance, okay. you ever over your skills and damage numbers just to get a rough estimate for my build? Yeah. This is with like some bonuses active, I suppose. Might have like a shrine or something, but my warpath says 28.8. That's like really the only one that matters. Yeah, the other ones don't even really show the damage numbers that well, and they don't really matter, I don't think, that much. But yeah, my warpath, I guess, is somewhere around like 20 to 28. I guess depending on whatever like current active bonuses I have and stuff. Dodge rating maximum shadows, not really for me. Let's go ahead and slap the music back on her really quick too now. Lightning spells, some random wand. I guess I'll pick it up. And everything else is kind of whatever. Okay, final quest of the timeline. Should be some big boss, probably. Looks like that's what's happening. Scott, absolutely dumpstered. Body armor shard? What is shard? It's like affixes? I'm assuming it's talking about affixes, I guess. Gas bar set. Cooldown reduction for decimate. Decimate one of my skills? No, it's some other void build, I guess. So I'll pick it up. This one has sentinel skills. This looks like it could actually be decent, or like an upgrade for me, maybe. On one of these thingies, Rune of Weaving. So use up the Weaver's Will. Plus one to sentinel skills, armor. Level of Judgment. Holy, I mean, it's not good for me, but like, would that not be insane for some other build if I was in like Trade League? That seems crazy. +4 to judgment. I mean, this would have to be insane for a freaking... I mean, it's crazy. I don't know. This must be insane for some build. I am not really going to do any trading or anything, though, I don't think. Fortunately, eventually I have to go back and do these, I think, for the blessings, but I can maybe wait to do that until empowered. Okay, I should have another glyph of envy, so I can just do 1 echo, and then I can juice up the timeline again. Slam through the quests. I actually feel like I'm gonna go back to frickin' PoE 2 after playing this, and I'm just gonna get absolutely mollywopped. I'm just not gonna be expecting the difficulty shift. I feel like it is probably gonna be pretty funny. One LP, some weird ass wand. How's spin to win? I mean, it's good. I mean, or at least it feels good so far. I'm like about to be getting to empowered monoliths, I think. It's my understanding. I mean, it's like made the entire game trivial so far. It's almost like a little bit of a mind-numbing point, but I'm holding out that the game is gonna throw some more challenges my way relatively soon. Hell, this guy just ran through the environment. Let's get out of here. Hybrid HP, we'll take that. I'm running out of unique space again. $20,000. Let's make our uniques number 4 tab. Oops. Uniques number 4, because I just do not know which of these uniques are actually good. Trying to get at least like 1 of each or something. Okay. Tab priorities set up. Holy 969 stability for that. What the frick? Okay, I'm gonna spam these quests now. Think it'd be worth getting a Prism of Belief for +3 Lightning Spear levels? If I were gonna get a Prism of Belief for Elsphere, I'd probably do Stormlance personally. I don't feel like you need the Lightning Spear damage that much. Maybe if you're trying to push like Simulacrum, could help, I would say. Or if you're trying to do like really hard like Delirium maps or something, it would probably help. But for most of the content in the game, where you're just like clearing trash mobs, it would probably be overkill. But getting on Stormlance could speed up your boss kills pretty quickly, or a decent amount. I think like since our build doesn't use or the Elsphere build anyways, since it doesn't use any like 0 cooldown like cast on crit or cast on shock setup or whatever, it doesn't actually have like any mana issues on bosses really, so you can pretty much run really high level of projectile skills if you want, and you should be good to go. I actually think it's probably worth it to do so. 16 vitality. I need to get rid of the fire damage. Okay, I got rid of the fire damage. Warpath, I have level 3. Or I have 3 shards for Warpath. Void Res is actually also not that great for me either, now I think about it. Okay, percent health is good though. Let's try and boost this one up. Let's see what we can do. 21 forging potential, 19, that's good. Okay, so now we need to remove this. Oh, it says no forging potential though, shit. Oh my goodness, I didn't get Warpath shards from that. That is so sad, actually. I have another item in my stash that'll give me Warpath shards at least. I need to wait to craft on this until I get to my stash. Yeah, I wish I could have used a rune of removal on that, but it just had no forging potential, so I couldn't. Yeah, that shatter was very unlucky, not giving me any Warpath shards. Thankfully, I know I have at least another item or 2 in my stash that have Warpath on it, and also have forging potential, so I can remove the Warpath and get the shards. I actually I did kind of really want to upgrade the chest piece though, because my old chest piece, the base type, was like kind of old as shit. This base type has double armor over the previous one, and it's got mana regen, which is pretty decent for our build anyways. Also, our old chest piece had elemental resistance on it, which we do not need. We are way over on Ellie res, actually. Even with our Warpath passive node that reduces our Ellie res while spinning, we're still way over. Okay. Where is it? Warpath. Okay. +1 Warpath. That's actually it. That's not that great. Yeah, I only get 1 shard, which is a little lame. Send a Hail Mary at the vendor just to see if they had any. Which, obviously, they do not. Okay, we got level 4 Warpath. Oh wait, wait, what? Wait, critical success or something? It didn't use up my shard. Let's go. Okay, we got T5 Warpath now, so we got +2 again. That's good. This is actually an insane chest piece, I gotta say. T6, T5, T5, Vitality, Health, Warpath is like actually kind of insane for right now. Ideally, this would be a nice one to try and seal an affix on too, but we just don't have much foraging potential, which is kind of annoying. It's also Rune of Redemption is probably not worth using. Oh, wait. Oh, no. It would be Rune of Havoc is what I'm thinking of. I could shuffle the Vitality to the Warpath, but it's probably not worth it. Rune of Redemption. Redemption doesn't really help me here. I don't even understand. How are you supposed to make use of Rune of Redemption with a loot filter? Like... Would a Rune of Redemption not just be for poopy or like for mods that you don't care about? You're just trying to like randomly change it into some goofy mod. I don't really understand this rune. Okay, regardless. Okay, so what do I need? Fizz? Actually, wait, I need Fizz. What the frick? Since when do I need Fizz res? Okay, I guess I need fizz. Fizz. Hope. Okay, now I despair. Okay, we sealed it. Oh wait, I trolled. Ah, shit. Wait, that wasn't right. I was supposed to upgrade that to like T3 or something before I sealed it. It wasn't exactly ideal. Do I have anything else with fizz res? I mean, I get some while channeling. I do not. Yeah, damn, if I just upgraded that one more time before I sealed it, it would have been better. But that's okay, I guess. I mean, it's still, at least it hit. That's better than nothing. And what else do I need? Necrotic poison. Meh. Armor's decent. Health, obviously. Hybrid health? Is there another hybrid health mod I can add here? No, there's no hybrid mod to add. So probably just regular health. Oh my goodness, that 8 all 14 forging potential. That's kind of unfortunate. Damn. It could have been a much better chess piece, just not enough forging potential. It's a little unfortunate, but I guess it is what it is. We're actually pretty decent on our res though while we're spinning. Full on everything except fizz. And I think we're missing a blessing or something that should give us like all res or some shit. I think it's, where is this from? Survival of Might. Reign of Dragons. So I think, yeah, Reign of Dragons. Oh, Glyph of Despair rarely works on higher tiers? Oh, okay. Well, that's good to know then. I see. Okay, that's worth knowing. That's good to know. Oh yeah, chance to seal is higher when crafting on affixes of lower tiers. It's also higher for exalted items and items with more affixes. Okay, it's actually, I should have probably read that before I did it, but that's good to know. Okay, anyways. So yeah, Reign of Dragons. We need to go back and redo this at some point, get a different blessing, but I think we'll just wait to do that till empowered. So for now, we're just gonna slap these side quests again. How far into the Weaver tree have you gotten so far? Not very far. I guess I'm rank 4 with them, and my actual tree looks like this. 3, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 13, 14 points. And I was kind of doing it more earlier, like when I was playing a little bit before I had to like do Easter stuff or whatever. And then at some point I was just like, you know what, I'm just gonna wait to do more of this until I'm actually into empowered monos, because it seems like just basically the whole game just starts at empowered monos, and you probably just get way more loot and XP, and like everything just scales way better. So the quicker I can get there, probably the better it would be for me. And I'll obviously be able to level up my Weaver tree stuff once I get there anyways. Oh, wait, I should just be rushing objective on this map. I'm not even getting... Or, yeah, I don't even need to kill monsters for, like, extra stability or whatever on this map. I guess the XP doesn't hurt, but... Holy mechanics to interact with. Oh, I missed my anomaly. GG. Elemental damage taken is void. Void damage taken minus void damage. I mean, this node has got to be really decent for tankiness, I assume. But I'm just gonna go for the move speed right now. Wait, what is it? It's move speed and increased void damage. I mean, yeah, it doesn't hurt. What level are you at, SJ? How's your last Epoch experience been so far? Void pen, take that. I mean that. Roof like Jacob. Oh yeah, it's my first Harbinger. Woo, okay, this is, I think, indicative of the fact that I'm about to start, like, empowered monos or some shit. I need to dodge this, or can I just face tank it? What's going on? This guy looks like he actually does have some mechanics. Don't know how devastating they are. Definitely felt a bit tankier, that's for sure. Endurance. My endurance is already capped, so I'm gonna get frailty on hit, I think. I think frailty on hit is actually probably pretty decent. Two-handed mace, Boldar's Wrath. It's not good for us. What is this? I'm pretty sure it's not good. Yeah. Chance to ignite Elirez. Good on that. Alright, where am I at? Okay, now I'm at the Shattered Road. You remain hidden from the Harbingers until you activate it. Once you do so, that we draw into your timeline.
You'll need to fight them in empowered timelines.
What crest? When you're ready to face a Harbinger, the Harbinger crest will draw them to the end of the timeline. How do I use... Skill Harbingers that would draw Harbinger eyes once you defeated a Harbinger's unlocked Altar of Oblivion. Use a Harbinger eye to gain entry and confront Aberoth. Okay. 40% chance for Nemesis items to include an Egg of the Forgotten. So I think I know a little bit of what this means. I think that means I'm actually supposed to put like, what the hell? I have a 2 LP Dreamthorn? Actually, I didn't even realize that. I don't think that's gonna be better than my Clothos though. Even though my Clothos stats suck ass at the moment. I think I'd want to put like this in the egg. I think, right? I was like reading about the egg earlier. I think this, if I put this in the egg, it would give it like affixes, kind of like turn it into a legendary almost. Okay. What's this? Oh, it's the Altar of Oblivion. Okay. Okay, minimum required corruption. What does that Aberoth thing say? I'm assuming this says defeat the rest of the Harbingers. Okay. Wait, so every time you fight Aberoth, you have to do all of the Harbingers? Is that how that works? Okay, you encounter the first Harbinger after you kill the timeline boss. Yada yada, we already did that. Encounter Harbingers after killing empowered timeline bosses at their required corruption levels. Okay. After you defeat a Harbinger, it continues to spawn in that same empowered timeline. You can toggle Harbinger fights on off from the boss Echo rewards panel. The build that I'm playing right now is a Warpath Void Knight, but I don't have like a build guide or video or anything for it. What is it? Gaze of Oribus. Gaze of Orbis is a mechanic that increases the amount of corruption gained. Okay. Gained by slaying timeline bosses, and each stack grants an additional 12 corruption. Okay, I see, I see. Slaying all 10 Harbingers, okay. So I have to slay all 10, then I can fight Aberoth. Okay, that makes sense. Mugs cost. Okay, so it is kind of like what I thought. So I should, if I find an egg, basically I want to put these boots in there to try and give them LP. Or just like extra affixes or something. And then go make a legend. If it gets LP, I can go make a legendary, which would be nice. Because these boots are pretty good, but in the current state, I don't think they're better than my other boots. Especially because I don't have any extra void damage on my gear, because my Clothos Needle doesn't have that roll. Okay, but... But what was this thing? It was like a crest or something? Like boss Echo rewards panel or some shit? I'm confused. Let me go here really quick. Can I like do... So can I now do empowered versions? Okay, so I can. Minimum corruption 100. This timeline, echoes can have rewards that grant unique or set gloves. Okay. I only really want to do this one for the blessing. And then, but then where is optional quest echoes? I assume I don't care about the optional quest echoes at this point. And like, what was that thing that the lady gave me that said I have to activate a Harbinger crest for Harbingers to show up in my timeline? Last Epoch, how to activate Harbinger crest. Oh, once you've defeated the timeline boss. So wait, so I haven't defeated the timeline boss here, is that why? Wait, auto activates? Okay. Yo, TVAC123 with the Twitch Prime sub. Appreciate you, brother. Yo, what's up, Dan? I just had some Easter stuff going on, but we're back to streaming. I will be doing some PoE2 here in the semi-near future. I'm not sure how long I'm going to stick around on Last Epoch for, but I will definitely be going back to PoE2 at some point. After killing the boss with at least 100 corruption. Okay, so basically at this point, I just need to go do whatever timelines make sense for me. And then I'll just naturally start getting the Harbingers. I need to do Shade of Oribus to up my corruption further. Yada, 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 yada. Okay. So, with that being said, what timelines do we really want to do? We obviously probably want to do Reign of Dragons to get the correct blessing there. We probably need to go do these two just to get at least a blessing. Something. And then is there a particular blessing that I want, or is there like a particular timeline I should focus farm right now is the question. Probably do Blood, Frost, Death, because I do want to get a chess piece here at some point. Or a particular unique chess piece. And then... yeah, but for now, let's just go do these bottom timelines so we can actually get our blessings. Okay, so Quest Echo locked. So one way I could do this is just do another gate, or not a gaze, but a Glyph of Envy. But I need to do at least one echo here. Let's just see what a level 100 or an area level 100 corruption echo feels like first off. Let's just see how that feels. And then after that, depending on how it feels, we might just Glyph of Envy this timeline. So we can just skip straight to the boss, get our blessing. And then I think at that point we would also get a Harbinger probably. Is there any way to see my current corruption on my screen right now? Like, it's not next to like my area level, but I am definitely in corruption 100, right? Since it's empowered mono. the way I do it is all right side blessings, power blessings, not drop chance blessings. And then I start farming my uniques, or target farming my uniques and stuff in my favorite one. Gotcha, okay. So yeah, so I think definitely should do these 2 timelines that I didn't do before, because I was not originally aware of the whole, like, does not fit in inventory. What? My inventory is completely open. Well, I guess that's just a bug. But yeah, originally when I did my timelines, I just went up left because those timelines were like higher levels, so I thought I'd get more XP. Little did I know that was probably not the strat, because it definitely is less efficient. With that being said, that felt very easy, so I'm probably just going to Glyph of Envy this. Glyph of Envy this item. It's kind of whatever. It's crit strike multiplier, but we probably, I mean, we've got 25 of those shards, so I think we're okay. Huh. What's going on? Why is my game like bugging? Take it easy, SJ. Catch you around, brother. Wait, my item is not even in my inventory anymore. Do I need to do another echo now, I guess? Let's do one more, and then we'll try and envy again. I don't know what actually just happened to that item we had before we logged out. Is kind of whatever. It's all kind of whatever. Just gonna challenge it. What do you do with all the uniques and new filters? So I just have like 4 different tabs set up with tab priorities for uniques, so I can just like dump the uniques into my stash and they just end up going to those tabs. Just because I don't know which ones I'll end up wanting or needing at some point, like especially if I end up making another character. I have like a general idea of what I want for this character though, so I have like a whole separate tab for those uniques. And then for the filter, I grabbed the Warpath filter from Maxroll, and then I just made like a bunch of edits to it, particularly to like highlight things with a different color that are not only like good exalted modifiers, but also in a good base type. And then a couple other edits, and that's pretty much what I did for my filter though. Just grabbed the Maxroll Warpath filter and just made a couple changes to it. Okay, so that item went back into my stash. Okay. Increase minion damage, LP. Okay. Alright, so now should be able to Glyph of Envy this, right? Yeah, there we go. Glyph of Envy. Okay, sweet. Only 178 stability. Wait, that wasn't jack shit. I guess I did read something somewhere or some shit that said, the amount of stability you add from using Glyphs of Envy goes way down whenever you actually start to do empowered monos, so. Idols. Let's go here. Let's go grab ourselves this cemetery or whatever it's called. Like, yeah, this could be actually, this is on a good base type. It's a pretty decent stat, but I just don't have enough warpath shards now to craft on this. Could actually void necrotic. I don't really need that though. This is kind of insane though, because it's 44 forging potential. Yeah, never mind. I was thinking about crafting on that, but we're gonna remove all the shards. Call it a day. And where is this cemetery? Oh, I see it. It's up there. What happened to my mana? Huh? Like my mana was just acting weird. What the heck? I don't know why I was able to just dash from it. Must have been a shrine effect. Oh, I bet you it was a cooldown shrine effect that was cooking my mana. Like spamming my devouring orb or something. Gee, ring. Crit chance, all Ellie res. Actually, not terrible. It's better than whatever this random relic is. Lostwood Folly. Actually need that to farm Clotho's Needle. It's pretty good. Okay, that stuff actually was the first stuff in a really long time that didn't just like insta-die. Another Lostwood Folly. Nice. Okay. I want that actually. Oh, wait, do I want this? It's not great, but I guess it's a little bit better. 15 seconds when a minion is chosen. Blah blah blah. It's like a summoner amulet. Invoker set. Actually, I already have the invoker set in my stash. I'm not gonna pick up another set of it. Okay, so I definitely want as many Lostwood Follies as possible. And then I want anything that's gonna add points. False Temple. Shatter your set items to reforge them. What does this mean? Break the forge. Shatter your set items to reforge them. Huh? Oh, I see. So you can add set bonuses. Huh. Interesting. Are there any good set bonuses for my build? Um, and then it has to go on the same type of item. So there's nothing for Warpath. There's only one for Void, but the Void one doesn't help me. I mean, I can just look at these. There's not actually that many. Totem skills, glancing blows, companions, time rot. Do you inflict rot or is it pure void? I inflict rot, but not a lot. Like the build is not focused on time rot really in any way. Two endurance threshold per strike. Wait, the question about this though, can I put this on? I can't put this on unique items, can I? So is this only good for? So it'll only be good for like non-unique items, I guess. +2 endurance threshold per strength. I mean, this actually sounds good, but can I give up a body armor and gloves? I mean, I think eventually I'm gonna get unique body armor and gloves. I don't know about a unique helmet. So I could get the 2 set actually with the helmet and gloves. Maybe that'd be a strat. Okay, none of the other ones are worth anything, but this actually seems like it could be good. How do I get this? Black Sun timeline, Rune of Ascendance, and it's a common random drop. Okay. And do I have this set by chance? Actually, let's check that. It's called a bear. My last bear's scorn. I have the chest piece. Oh yeah, there we go. Okay, I've already got this. Okay. I'm already using unique gloves technically, but I mean, eventually I might swap these to some non-unique gloves. Just because I don't actually think these are the best, but these did roll pretty insane Weaver's Will affixes, I'm not gonna lie. So I would need, okay, so I would need like a new helmet as well and a new pair of gloves because I'm gonna need to craft it on since it's like a shard. Okay, well, I understand now at least. Yeah, I don't think I don't have any other sentinel idols, do I? My 2 current sentinel idols actually got really good enchants, so I don't want to mess with those. Okay, let's bounce out of here. We have 1864 amber, so it's not... Wait, did I add the echoes? Okay, wait, I added some echoes, but I think I was supposed to add more. Oh yeah, I think I just forgot to add some echoes, but oh well. Okay, it's okay. So this is Lost Wood, Lost Wood, Lost Wood, False Temple. Unique Shield. Okay, well, let's just do this Lost Wood really quick. Oh my goodness, this guy just actually hurt. Holy shit, I finally took damage from something. Guy came out of nowhere though. Trying to figure out what I want to do for my freaking Weaver tree really quick. Uh-oh. It's actually not that bad. Have to use like one health potion. This Fate Weaver is like zooming around actually on the map. Come back here, you should have. They're actually decent. See, I got nothing from that Lostwood Folly, I'm pretty sure. At least no Clotho's Needle. Even though I think my percentage chance to get this sword should be pretty high. Actually, I will go do this really quick just to add some more Woven Echoes. Or wait, no. Wait. Can I add Woven Echoes in one of these where it wasn't like an actual cemetery echo? I'm not sure. Guess I'll go double check really quick. Strength, crit strike avoidance, armor. That's actually not bad. It's an idol. Okay.
Stand down or die.
Okay, yeah, no, so I don't get to add any woven echoes here. I guess I just get like amber and stuff, and special idols, or the chance to upgrade my idols. Ooh, egg. Okay, so I can replace this. Okay. Let's look at the other stuff really quick. Nothing great. Okay, so I replace this with this, right? Okay, so now I'm power. I see, okay. Adorned idol. Interesting.
Yes. Take care.
I'm actually gonna really quickly go mess with my passive points for a brief moment.
Hello, traveler. Hello, traveler. Hello, traveler.
Okay, there we go. Alright, let's go back. Black Sun timeline. Okay, empowered. Let's do this Lostwood Folly. And no Clotho's needle again. Are you CFF? COF? Is that the, it's the thingy, right? Yeah, Circle of Fortune? Yeah, I am.
Stand down or die. Stand down or die. Ha! Stand down or die.
Dodge rating. Blech. It's not once. Oh, what is hurting me? "33% endurance. Holy shit. That's a pretty big number. Okay, another Lost Wood Folly. Oh, alright. Killing below damage, lightning. Interesting. Even on full lightning res, I guess I need some of this abyssal fluctuation. Like, shit, I finally died. I'll take it, I guess. I'm not sure exactly what I died to. Obviously, it was lightning damage. Must have been some ground telegraph that I didn't really see or pay attention to. Probably need to get rid of these gloves, actually, because they're probably making me take a lot more damage. Armor. That's a good base type. Nothing that I need. Let's mop around.
Stand down or die.
Okay.
Take care.
Love the looks of this game so much. Your sword is fucking dope. Yeah, looks do look. I mean, aesthetically, I do think the game is pretty pleasing. I won't lie. But it depends on your preference, because some people really don't like this art style. But some people really don't like the art style of PoE 2, so it's really gonna depend on the person. But I do kind of appreciate the art style here. Like, it's a little bit more cartoony, but I think that's kind of fine for a video game, especially one like an ARPG where you're fighting like gods and demons and shit anyways, so doesn't need to really look realistic to me. Man, just more dodge rating. These boots got cooked. 50 dodge rating is pretty useless for me, I think. What's that? Oh, it's the Olive Garden. It's the Olive Garden. Oh. Oops. Okay, gotta get into the cemetery. Gonna slap some more woven echoes in. Almost fully empowered this timeline, or like, I guess stabilize this timeline, or whatever you can call it. We can almost fight the timeline boss, get our blessing. Holy loot lizards, what is going on? That is like a ridiculous amount of shit. Don't need that. It's decent. Everything else is whatever, I think. Oh yeah, by the way, does anyone know, have there been any like patch notes released for PoE 2 recently? And I haven't stayed up to date on those since I started playing last Epoch. Dodge rating Fizz Res, I don't need that. Okay, I've already got a false tempo to go do, so I don't really need another one. Claim the echo specific rewards of all surrounding echoes. That's kind of interesting. A unique item. I don't even know. Sure, I'll put it right there. Okay. Wow. 3 LP gloves. Holy. That's kind of crazy. Cast speed, attack speed, chance to slow, swiftness. What the heck? That is weird. Turns evade into terrify. These are kind of dead, but I'll just put them back in here for now anyways. Oops, I don't need my dream thorn. Okay. Made some decent progress there. I'm gonna eat super quick, fellows. Let's find something to throw on really quick.
Shit, and you know the quantric memes.
Let's see what's going on with
but
this.
I just wanted to formally apologize by saying
Everything that's wrong with PoE 2. I've done. Actually, there's also like Bellular made a video about PoE 2, I think. Right? What I swear I thought he made. A PoE 2 video. Oh yeah. Path of Exile 2 patch. Oh, Bellular News. A different channel, I see. Let's
Tell me if you heard this one
check
before. An
this out.
incredibly popular ARPG just broke out the nerf bat, becoming punishingly slow with low levels of reward, sparking a lot of player fury. It appears to be a tale as old as time, and it's one that's now hit Path of Exile 2. And it's hit it real hard. I mean, just look at the Steam score. Basically, the new wave of patches has got grinding gear games in very hot water. Expectations are not meeting reality. Getting players on board is hard, and at its core is attention. What do players actually want from the game right now, given that a big part of their plan has completely failed? And what game does grinding gear actually want to make? I've also got something that's neat but a little unsettling. Basically, I got gobbled up. A group called People Made Fire. It really about with PoE.
Okay, just kidding. I'm not watching this. I just like have a feeling this guy doesn't really
clip this and
isn't
send
really
it to
about to hit
Rutu.
the key points.
Hey Rutu, I know I've been kind of bullying you recently with the stupid guys shit and you know the quantric memes, but I just wanted to formally apologize by saying
Nice! Quantric is pounding my butthole!
Okay,
I'll
what?
send that to him.
Hi. Yeah, I want to write out all my stuff that I feel about like this game because I need to get it off my chest before like leaving this game because I feel like I'm honestly just sad over this. So I'm going to write it all out. Where's Fubby? Yo. Okay, here's the things that I have an issue with right now. Let me know if you agree with this. I wrote general character progression generally just feels off. In ARPGs, you're supposed to power up your character and make the power useful in the game. Right now, crafting is reserved for players who play 10 hours a day, aka you, Ben, and stuff like that, and every other player basically gets upgrades through the trade system, aka your viewers, right? Even
True.
even after you get power in the game, it doesn't offer you a place to use that power, and you're just doing the same thing over and over, boring and repetitive with no goals.
Yep. I agree.
Do you agree with all of that? So
Yep.
from crafting issues, I have basic currency in the game are scarce for the type of game this is, meaning like you need like to make you need to get multiple bases, slam multiple times
a lot
to
of
get like
food.
anything useful, but you don't have that many exalts when you're like leveling up your character, right? To make a useful item for
Okay.
like anything.
Yeah,
So it's
at the
better.
start you don't.
Yeah. So it's better to just save your exalts and just buy items from trade. That's my first
Yep.
point. I feel like that's bad for the game. I feel like people should be excited to make their own items. And I feel like the solution is just to drop more exalts, drop more nulls, so people can start like RNGing their items faster.
I mean,
at the start.
isn't also the issue where if they want us to craft from like white items, it should also be like more exciting. So I feel like no one has fun picking up white items
That's also
in
true.
general.
I want to add alterations in the game, but I don't think they're going to do that. You want me to put that
Yeah.
in? You want me to add in
Sure.
alterations?
Yeah, I'd rather have
Do we want
alterations than pick up white
alterations?
faces. Does anyone actually enjoy picking up white faces?
No.
Does
Nobody
anybody
enjoys that.
enjoy
Nobody enjoys that.
alterations
I
spamming
think
either?
alterations and white bases, they're both evil, and I think alterations is the lesser evil.
Yeah. Like I don't think alterations are like fun, but it's more fun than picking up white bases. Or in
That's
trade
what I
right now,
mean,
you go
right?
you go to like you go to TFT, you have to buy like 50 white bases, and it's like it's also like just not fun.
I would rather buy the 50 alterations than the 50 white bases from TFT, right? That's all I'm saying.
Exactly.
It's like the lesser of the two evils right now.
I mean, I guess that's. I mean,
Um,
that's fair.
But yeah. Okay. My number 2 point,
Or scours.
essences are not
Scours
useful
would
most of
help
the time. We're
kinda.
talking about like the start, the mid league, and stuff like that. Do you
Yeah.
use them at all?
At the start, I always use them for my weapon.
Only your weapon though, right? And you're only using
Yeah.
like fizz, right? So it's like
Fizz
one
attacks
essence.
depends, but yeah, yeah.
Okay. Okay. My solution to that is make essences also augs. So once you get a decent base, you can use it to like try to generate like a second mod on the item to make
Yeah,
them
I've
more
been
useful.
wanting that too.
Do you like that idea?
All essence be all eggs would be so much better.
Right? Because like a lot of times you find that one like base, like let's say you're playing bows and you get attack speed, right? Which is like pretty good. And then like putting fizz on that because your essence are scarce
Aug
is way better
essence is
than just like
interesting.
slamming a random essence on a random white base. IMO. Because they're so scarce. So that's the way I look at them. I think graders are still in a decent place. Do you agree with that? So I don't want anything to change with graders.
Yeah, I think you're fine. If you could just make like a 3 mod item
Yeah.
and it's just exalts, I think that's fine. Maybe exalt, fracture, chaos, something, but like start with 3 mods at least.
At the start, and that would feel like item progression, correct? Right now, like anything is better than just going on trade and just buying stuff because I feel like that's the worst type of item progression. So
Is that really that bad? Is using trade?
I
like,
think that's a
that bad?
useful idea. I think recombinator odds are not very useful to
like
the
trade.
everyday player. I think they need to buff numbers in general, and I think they need to make one prefix and one suffix recoms very, very easy to get.
Oh, yeah. If they want recons to be in the game and they want people to use them, having like a 2 recon being like 10 to 20% chance feels terrible.
Here's the thing. We know that 2 prefix recoms are broken, right? But there's nothing broken about 1 prefix and 1 suffix where you can start from a base item, right? So I feel like that should be very, very achievable for the everyday player. Like the odds should be of that should be incredibly high.
It's kind of like almost like Woodland Omens and all that. Where once again, it's like for the top players, and the average player like doesn't utilize and access it. Because you can make like a triple prefix with a fractured mod on like a lot of items, and it's pretty easy. But like your average player is like not gonna do that, not gonna have access to that.
Yeah.
So it's like once again, it's just for like the top. But like you can make like a triple prefix with a fractured mod on like a lot of items, and it's pretty easy. But like your average player is like not gonna do that, not gonna have access to that.
Yeah.
So it's like once again, it's just for like the top 1%.
Yeah, but what we need to do is make the game more accessible for the everyday, like make the game fun for the everyday person, right? Like you're never like GGG is never gonna
That's
stop
important.
you from farming. They're never gonna stop Jung
Yeah.
from making a good build. They're never gonna stop Ben. So like what they should do is to focus on the everyday player to make their lives better, to make the game more fun and more engaging, right? Because like, what are you gonna do? Nerf Ben to the ground? Like you're never gonna do that, right? He's just gonna be better Like if you
Yeah.
tune the game against Ben, then everybody's just gonna suffer. So like I don't know. I feel like that's where they kind of went wrong. Like if they stop you from farming divines, that means nobody's farming divines, right? And everyone's life is
I'm
miserable.
probably like I'm a 90% moose speed character. I have 150% rarity, and I think at most I can get like one raw divine drop, like every like hour and a half or hour at most. This is like a pretty min max character at this point.
That is
like
so terrible.
It feels horrible, right?
200 to 300 divine character. Yeah. So if that's me, that means your average player is probably seeing like they're not even seeing one divine a day.
Yeah. They don't. And the stupid thing is, Fub, divines are actually useless. They don't do anything.
I mean, they're not. I don't agree with that. They are
They're-
useful. They're useful for people who have currency.
Okay, divining an item is worth like 2 hours of someone or a day of someone's life.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's useful for people who have currency. It's the value is based on how good your gear already is. Because if you have a 50 divine item, you use some 5 divines on that, it's worth it, right?
No.
That's what I mean.
But why is that item 50 divines, Fub? Divines have no
Oh, you say
value.
why is there price in divines?
Yeah, why is there a price on divines? I'm not saying
I mean, there's
divines
no
are
other-
worthless as in monetary. I'm saying in the game, like, why is it like 100 exalts per divine? There's no value. Like, why isn't it a null? Why isn't a null 100 exalts?
I think it's more so the usefulness compared to other rare currencies. Because it's essentially a nulls and divines as in rare currency, right? So if those are the only 2 options, you would end up using more divines than nulls at the higher end. But there's nothing else, right? Also, we're not going to afford like 10,000 exalts, right? We're not going to afford like 10,000 chaos. So
Okay, let's keep going, and then I have the thing.
Trade isn't bad, but the current state of the game makes it mandatory to go to trade for a better item. I feel like I'm working rather than having fun playing a game. That's kind of fair. And I mean, if the trade was integrated more smoothly into the game, I don't think it'd feel as bad, because some people do just like player to player trading interaction. Like, there's going to be one person that likes to craft, but then there's also going to be people that would rather just like get the currency to buy the item from the person that likes to craft. So there are people who just like won't like to craft, but
Thing about divines.
yeah,
and
for the people that do like to craft, I agree. The current state of the game is a little rough.
Yeah, okay.
I want to see if you agree.
And especially for SSF and hardcore SSF, even more
I
so.
think no resistance swaps in the game makes it feel like ass. I feel like
yeah, I don't
gearing,
like that either.
like you want resist swaps, right? Because it makes gearing
Yeah,
easier.
today I have a good example. Today, I've been waiting to buy a ring, and the reason I've been waiting for to buy a ring is it's the harder piece to get with like triple flat. So I did not swap my gloves, boots, and helmet until I got my ring, because that ring determines what resists any of my home boots and gloves, right? So I had to wait until I get that ring, and then I had to swap every other piece at the same time.
This is
Like, when
true.
you swap one piece, you pretty much had to swap every piece.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
And that
horrible.
feels
That's
terrible.
horrible. That's a
runes
horrible.
are the same.
I
People
completely
bring
agree.
up runes, but it's not the same, because like you only have, at least on my character, I only have 2 rune slots for resist. Only 2.
And if you have to use rune slots for exist, that means you're not using it for max hit, and you're just getting fucking pounded in the butthole as a normal character. IMO.
Yeah.
Because like you can't use your character as an example, because you have like fucking like you're playing like the most OP skill with like, you know, infinite gear, right? So like most characters who don't have extremely good DPS, they need like all the max hit they can get. IMO.
Yep.
Okay, anyways. And the worst part of all of that is, where do you get your ring, Pub? Would you say you were gonna get the ring?
Oh, trade. Of
Oh,
course.
trade! Oh shit, trade!
Yeah.
Oh shit, dude, trade!
You
What?
think I'm crafting?
See, this is why
And,
like
and also to say for people that aren't aware, in PoE1, the only time I ever get item off trade is if I mirror it. Besides that, I craft it. I always craft items in PoE1.
you just buy the crafting mats and you just craft your own shit, right? It's like
Yeah.
them making PoE2 like
I don't
this.
know if I want that.
removes-
I'm gonna be honest. I don't know if I would be happy in a game where I'm like never really buying items from other players. I guess if I was good enough at crafting, maybe, but okay. We're done munching. I'll probably check out more of this video on my own time at some point. Rue and Fubgun make really good content. Especially Fubgun, or like informational wise, Fubgun is just extremely good. Okay. Let's hop back to it. I think, honestly, my plan, I'm not sure. Actually, let me run a poll. Like, I just want to gauge. I know there's not a lot of people in the stream right now, but I'm just curious. I'm going to start this poll. So it's, would you rather watch me stream PoE 2 or Last Epoch? I think my plan is probably to continue playing Last Epoch today. And around, you know, at whatever point feels good, whenever I feel like I'm just kind of satisfied or whatever, like maybe I'll try and get to Aberoth and fight Aberoth or something, but probably going to end up doing like an updated just like opinion and like my feelings on Last Epoch, and then I'm probably going to be going back to streaming PoE 2 I think maybe even tomorrow or as soon as tomorrow, maybe even as soon as today technically, depending on just how this continues to feel. I could just swap over to PoE 2, I'm not sure, but I'm just going to drop that poll and see how many people interact with it and see what people want to watch. Okay, so this is Cave of Shadows, False Temple, Overrun Graveyard. Lost with Folly. It's the Vessel of Chaos. Sepulchre of the Lost. Okay, let's do this really quick. Wow. 100% LE so far. Interesting. PoE 2 is more boring than my job. Interesting. I mean, to be fair, I guess, I assume a lot of people that would want to watch PoE 2 are probably not in the stream right now just because I am currently playing LE, but it's interesting. And yeah, I do kind of agree with that, Mugs Costa. I will say it is like a fine line because if you do get to the point to where, you know, everything is just kind of like deterministically craftable, then I feel like all of a sudden you end up in a position where you feel like it's gonna be hard for you to get excited over like certain ground drops, I would think. Yeah, I don't know, so I feel like it is a fine line to walk, because like right now, as much as I agree the crafting in PoE 2 kind of sucks, it does feel good whenever I've done like 5-10 maps, or I've done whatever I've been doing for the last couple hours, just farming, filling up my dump tab. I go to look through my dump tab, and I find a pair of like magic boots with 30% MS and, you know, 30 intelligence or 35% MS and, you know, whatever other one good stat, like high energy shield, etc., etc. And yeah, I don't know. I guess like the part after that is always just kind of still the RNG part, which I guess is kind of rough, but yeah, I don't know. If it was like easy to just always guarantee, maybe not easy. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard. It's just a hard line to balance, I guess. Because I guess if you made it to where you could guarantee crafts and everything, but you just made that hard to do, then that could be a way to like make it still decent, but then you have crafting systems that aren't available to like the majority of players, and that's gonna feel, you know, wacky to average players and yada yada. Like the people who play super extensive hours every day are just gonna be able to make the most ridiculous items whatever they want. Let's get the music back going really quick. YouTube probably has doubled audio. My bad. Should be good now. I always forget to do that after I react to stuff. Can't really see these idols. Vitality, poison res, both pretty mid, but I'll just throw them in the stash. Yeah, I kind of feel that, Mugs Costa. I feel like this game probably does go a little overboard though, because I feel like over the course of these 83 levels on this character and like, you know, everything that I've progressed so far, I feel like I have upgraded my items very, very minimally. And it turns into this situation where like in PoE2 it's nice because typically from like most maps or most things you're doing, especially in like the early end game, you know, when you find exalted orbs or, you know, God forbid you find like a divine orb or a perfect jeweler's or whatever, it always feels really good because you can kind of like instantly take that and go get some upgrades. And you're doing that like very frequently throughout the end game. Like you're constantly upgrading your character pretty much. But so far anyways, my experience with this game has not been that. Like, not entirely sure why that is. And I don't know if I think a part of it is the fact that you're able to craft so easily that it becomes difficult to find items on the ground where you can look at them and be like, oh yeah, I'm confident I could craft that into being better than what I've already crafted, because what I've already crafted is like insane, kind of. It's like I got these boots. Like, when did I get these boots? I probably got these boots at like level 30 or something, like level 20 or level 30. And it's like, okay, it's max craftable movement speed, max craftable vitality, max craftable elemental res. It's over max craft on HP, and it's tier 4 hybrid health. And it's like, okay, well, that's the max craftable rolls on basically everything, and it has an extra stat. When in the fuck am I ever going to upgrade these unless I find basically the exact same combination of stats on a better base type item? But how likely is that? And it's like, I don't know. It's like, or I could take an item and I could try and craft it up, and chances are it'll just end up being nearly the same as this item because you have that max craftable tier of tier 5. So it's like, I don't know, maybe it's the fact that you can get to like tier 5, the max craftable tier, pretty easily in this game. So you just, yeah, I don't know, something about it makes it feel like you're not actually upgrading your items very often, or you like don't have many opportunities to even upgrade your items. Especially once you like start getting uniques, and the uniques are just really good.
Yes. Yes. Take care.
Why did my message get deleted? I don't know. What was the message? Well, I guess you can't type it probably, but not sure. YouTube auto mod. Didn't like it, whatever it was. I don't know. YouTube literally doesn't even tell me why your message got redacted, so I can't actually, or if it does, I don't know how to find it, so I actually couldn't tell you why it got redacted. It's just like YouTube's auto mod. Oh wait, yeah, I saw that message. Yeah, wait, I saw that message. I don't know why it got redacted after the fact or something. How does this game feel rewarding? It just looks basic and you're strong as fuck at the start. Yeah, that's. I mean, I don't like really disagree with you, to be honest. To be perfectly honest. So I don't know. I mean, I think the rewarding part to most people, which is like what I'm searching for, is this end game experience where you're like pushing your corruption upwards and you're kind of like infinitely scaling the difficulty such that, you know, you're able to just like test your build and test how effective your build is. I guess to some people, they feel like, I believe this game kind of rewards them for their time investment a little bit better than other games because it's easier to target farm things, it's easier to like guaranteed craft things, like you have more ways to kind of progress your character in a short amount of time, I suppose, if you know what you're doing. So yeah, I don't know if that kind of answers your question, but I see where you're coming from. Don't get me wrong. Like, I kind of feel what you're saying. I've been feeling that so far my whole time playing the game. With that being said, it has felt fun but that's been like a major problem I've had is nothing really feels challenging so far. And simultaneously, most things have felt easy to get or easy to achieve. Like it's felt quite easy to get really good gear on my character. It's felt easy to level up quickly. It felt easy to get through the entire campaign, etc., etc. So like how easy those things are, they don't really feel like, doesn't really feel like I'm accomplishing much of importance or much of value. And it's definitely very much been the case that throughout pretty much my whole playthrough, my character has felt quite strong. So any like upgrades that I've even made to my character throughout the whole leveling process, like visually, I don't really see it or feel it that much because the entire time I've played the game, everything's just been getting obliterated. So it's like, if everything's always just getting obliterated, then putting on a new item, like, it can't really get any better than that, so you don't really feel the progression that well, if at all.
Stand down or die.
Decoy, what the fuck? Yeah, that is true, God game. I feel you. I mean, it has changed a little bit now. Now it's 13 votes. It's only 13 votes, but it's now it's a little bit more like 50-50 split. But I see what you're saying, brother. I see. I'm gonna go ahead and end the poll now, though. It seems like it's about a 50-50 split, but I'm presuming, like, I mean, my usual audience when I play PoE2 is much larger. presuming or presumably some large percentage of them are not showing up to the stream because of the fact that I'm playing Last Epoch as opposed to PoE 2. We need a new game that's compromised between too easy and cheesy insta-deaths. That would be ideal. I don't know if we need a new game, but be ideal to have that in games, period. I agree. Right now we are kind of missing that because PoE 2 has a lot of cheesy insta-deaths going on. And it's certainly not too easy. And then this game is at least like, which, I'll pause the music really quick. Like, I feel like if the argument for this game is, oh, it's not actually too easy, you just have to wait till you get to the infinitely scaling difficulty system, then that's just like kind of a really stupid point. Like, I don't know. I feel like that makes no sense because it's like no shit. If I add an infinitely scaling difficulty system into a game, like no shit, at some point it's gonna get difficult. But it's like that's not even like intrinsically. That's not actually the game being difficult. That's just you literally cranking the numbers forever until you just can't overcome it. But it's like that doesn't actually make the game difficult. That just makes the numbers difficult. It's like there's a difference between having to dodge a mechanic and having to fight an enemy that has 1,000,000% increased health and damage. And although both of them do, add difficulty, it's a very different feeling. The different two types, like depending on which one is adding the difficulty, it feels vastly different if you ask me.
Yes.
I would probably argue that one of them feels better than the other at first glance. Okay, I think so. If I kill this boss, I think it resets my stability, if I'm not mistaken. But I do want to kill the boss. But I also kind of want to go do like a Gaze of Orbis or something. Or not a Gaze of Orbis, a Shade of Orbis. Or well, no, I should do the boss first, actually, before I do the Gaze of Orbis thing. Yeah, okay, yeah. So if I slay the timeline boss, I get 12 corruption, and then when I go kill Orbis, I add the corruption, and then I can get splinters or whatever the hell. Right, I can get splinters or something. Splinter, or wait, what is it? It's called something. Last Epoch Harbinger Splinter, maybe? Where the fuck? I forgot what that item is called. Is it just a Harbinger Splinter? I already looked that up. Last Epoch. Harbinger's Needle. It's not a splinter, it's a needle. That's what it is. Presumably, this is not good for my build, right? I don't think. No, wait, what is... Okay, so yeah, so I get more ranks as I kill Harbingers. So realistically, I should just do this now, I think, right? Timeline web reset. Alternate timelines are unstable. Okay, well, let's just try this, I guess. LE is probably too easy to get what you need at the start, and that will carry you for a long time, and the goal is to slam the good item into the best unique with LP. Yeah, but it never really feels like an upgrade because you're so far into the end game that doesn't matter. D4 is the same with GA items, IMO. Yeah, I don't know what GA items are in D4 because I haven't played too much D4. I played a lot of D3, but yeah, I kind of agree with I agree with what you're saying. Like it feels not like one thing that's nice about PoE 2, regardless of how you feel about the crafting, is that from the time that my character is level 1 until the time that my character has like I'm just trying to think of an example. Let's say like let's imagine ingenuity or Hoa gloves or something. Like just imagine until you get a best in slot item. I know getting a best in slot item in PoE 2 is like kind of fantastical. Like it's not really realistic because you can like probably almost always make it better somehow. But let's say like the baseline level of a best in slot item, I guess. Between level 1 and getting that item, you're probably going to get like a shit ton of upgrades to that slot. And yeah, I don't know. It never really feels like super hard to get an upgrade until you get to the point where you're like buying items at like 5 divine a piece, and it's like, okay, well, if I want to get an upgrade, this item was like 5 divine, I'm probably gonna have to spend like 25, 50 divine to get like a sizable upgrade. But prior to that point, it feels like you're always getting good upgrades pretty frequently. Yo, Raccoon City, appreciate it, brother. Thank you so much, my man. 4 months sub. Holy shit, that's true. Freaking time does fly. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much, my man. Thank you, thank you. Does last Epoch have Wasti? It does. I'm not actually using it because I tried using it and it felt a little bit wonky, but they just added it like just now, so. Oh, greater affix equals exalted items and LE. Okay, I see what you mean. Gotcha. And yeah, I think it's like, how early in last Epoch can you start getting items that just have like tier 5, like tier 5 rolls? Can you not at like, in theory, at level 20, if you had the shards, you had the glyphs of hope, let's say the item has 25 forging potential or whatever, like, I think a large part of the problem lies in the fact that somewhere around like level 5, 10, 15, 20, 30, you know, somewhere in there, like too early into the game, you can end up with an item that is just like 4 or 5 affixes, and all of the affixes are either max craftable or like nearly at the max craftable tier. And then at that point, the next time you're getting like a substantial upgrade is whenever you find an exalted item that's a good base, where the exalted affix is one of the same affixes on your previous piece. So instead of it being like tier 5, it's tier 6 or tier 7. And then you can just add the other same affixes to that item with shards. So you basically end up with the same item, except it has better base stats, which are impactful in some level. You know, how impactful, it's going to depend. And then, like, all of your affixes are basically the same, minus the fact that you have one affix that's, like, 1 to 2 tiers higher. And it's like, realistically, that's not going to feel like much of an upgrade. but that's like the next time you really get an upgrade. And then after that, it's like you never get an upgrade again. Like you're never upgrading again until you get an LP unique that you can slam together with that exalted item. And then you're like kind of done in theory, outside of just getting the same unique with more legendary potential. But that seemed like, I don't know, something about that seems wrong. Like it seems wrong that at like level 20 I can have like a perfectly rolled item, like the like all of the best prefixes and suffixes. I think that's like my main issue with the game, actually. So yeah, I'm probably gonna try and talk about that later when I make like my updated opinion video. But I think that's like one of my big issues, or maybe, yeah, it's at least one of my big issues with the game is in PoE 2 it takes forever. Like it takes forever to get an item with even 5 out of 6 good mods, and trying to get a 6 out of 6 item with 6 good mods that are all at a high tier is going to be like nearly impossible. It's going to cost you like countless divines. But throughout the progression of the game, it's like, okay, I got an item with 1 good mod or an item with 2 good mods. This is a nice upgrade. And now like I'm getting towards endgame and I'm getting items with like 3 good mods or 4 good mods. And then I can get higher tiers of those mods. But in LE, so early on, are you in a position where it's like, okay, not only do I already have the best mods I can get, but they're also all at the highest tier I can get them until like literally deep late endgame. Some like WoW boss mechanics. Okay, another Harbinger. Oh, why did my character stop moving? Okay. Health, ward on kill, dodge rating. None of these are great, to be honest. Definitely not really what I'm looking for.
I'll be honest, you do it again. You kill more. You mean besides taking down the monsters that... Pardon? We have... Laura, you know all that you need to know for now.
Beat an unseen Harbinger by conquering a different timeline at 125 corruption. Okay. Problem is I can't increase my corruption until I do Shades of Orbis, which I would find. I mean, I can find them anywhere, but this timeline's already like spread out on this timeline a little bit. Oh wait, I got a needle. Where did that just go? Ah, shit. Where did that needle go? Did that actually go into my stash? Did I just put on the ground? I'm so confused. Oh, here it is. Breaks if equipped when you kill a timeline boss above 90 corruption. Okay, I see. Right. 3 additional Gaze of Orbis. What? At this point, I'm just going to do a couple more of these, like, Woven Echoes for Weaver Tree points. Then I'm just going to go, like, straight out on the timeline to find a Gaze of Orbis. Recolor this stuff a little bit. Like the red is just so much easier to see. trellis. That's kind of cool looking. Hey, I appreciate that, Mugs Costa. Thanks, my man. I'm glad to see you in the stream, brother. It's a lot of added freaking damage. I don't really have another unique to slap in here, do I? With no legendary potential or Weaver's Will. Yeah, I don't... Oh, I could put this in my ring, I guess. I'm not gonna have this ring. So I can just put this on for now, I suppose. Okay, let's empower. Definitely gonna lose some strength by not having that ring equipped, but I don't know, I'm just gonna see what we get, I guess. Did I get those? I'm confused. I didn't see anything. Oh, they're on the ground. Okay. I don't really have any other ones that I need to shatter, I don't think. Okay, which of these other ones will still give me this? Will still give me a point. Is there build diversity in LE? So to me it feels like there probably is a lot of build diversity for like the majority of the game, and then there's probably a very little amount of build diversity for like the, I guess, like highest tiers of the end game. Like there's probably only going to be X number of builds that are really good for pushing, you know, some certain level of corruption that people think is valuable, or doing like Uber Aberoth and stuff like that, I would assume. I assume the build diversity becomes a lot less at like the really high, infinitely scaled levels of difficulty. Wow, 2 LP on that ring is actually kind of crazy. That is pretty nuts. Well, let's empower it again. Maybe we'll get 3 LP. Find that very unlikely, but I suppose it's possible. Yo, what's up, Makaryu? How's the game so far, Vinny? It's good. I mean, I think the opinion that I'm coming to at this point is that the game is really good, but it's probably just not quite meant for me, at least for like being able to play it for a long period of time. Or maybe that's just a problem with the game, and if there were things changed about it, maybe it would be. But it's like, although the game does feel good, I like already feel myself kind of getting burnt out on it. Might have an issue to do with the build and class I picked, just like spinning to win perma. Maybe I would have had a different experience with a different class, but it's like, Yeah, especially I feel like if I were to create another character right now, it would probably feel kind of weird because the character would just be giga broken the entire time. Just have like every single affix shard you could possibly want. So yeah, I don't know. I think it's a really good game, but it's just like it's not exactly perfectly built for me, I don't think. It is I don't know.
Stand down or die.
How's the Druid class in this game? Druid class is cool. That's actually what I played the most of, like, way back in the day when I played the game before. I have yet to play it this time, but it was cool back then. So yeah, I definitely enjoyed the Druid when I played it, though. Falconer? I've heard pretty good things about Falconer, that it's apparently pretty strong. Okay, let's just go this way and just go straight out until we find a Shade of Orbis Echo or whatever it is. Increase the corruption. But yeah, I think like thinking about it a little bit more too, it's like PoE 2, in theory, if I was in like a similar part of the game, kind of like early-ish end game or like maybe middle of end game or something, it's like in PoE 2, you would still have like so many upgrades to get. And it's like everything you're doing feels like it's pushing you towards getting those upgrades because you're getting currency and then you can use that to trade. Upgrading very frequently, but it feels like right now I am and I have been in a spot for a little while now where nothing I'm really doing matters. It only matters so much so that it's putting me like closer to to Aberoth, I guess, which is where I can get like a couple of my remaining items, but it just feels so unlikely that I'm gonna find an upgrade because my gear is already so good, it feels like. So it's like now it's like my gear is pretty much already mostly complete, kinda, but it's like now I can get, you know, uniques with legendary potential, I guess, so I can add some extra affixes via that. But it's like, it's not like I'm gonna do this echo or even probably the next 5 echoes, and like the chances that from any of those echoes I'm just gonna get something and then be able to upgrade my character in any way is like extremely unlikely. It's like all of my remaining upgrades are and kind of have been for a while now basically just boss drop uniques and shit that come from like deep endgame. Or like deep endgame, and even those don't actually like are unlikely to be massive upgrades, really. So we did just get our ring back with a nice little bit of 2 legendary potential, so we can go turn this into a legendary. We need an exalted ring to actually do that with, though, to be fair. That can be something we go do soon for an actual upgrade. Be nice. Okay, Tome of XP is the Forgotten Knight set, which I don't need really, but I'll just pick it up. I think I've actually already got it in my stash. Yeah, I do actually, so never mind, I don't really need this.
Yes.
Oops, wait, I might have just trolled. Alright, let's look through our stuff a little bit and see if we can find an upgrade. Or, not really find an upgrade, I guess. Well, first I want to see if I can make a ring that I could use to create a legendary. But I seem to not have many rings in my stash, which is weird. Actually, wait, I don't have any exalted rings, really? To craft a legendary, it does have to be with an exalted item, right? Or can it be with a rare? Okay, no. It has to be an exalted item. So unfortunately, I just don't have an exalted ring. Really? Hmm. Okay, well, I guess I just don't have one, so I can't do anything with that yet, unfortunately. What's on here? Okay, where are those boots? There was like a pair of boots that I thought maybe I could turn into an upgrade, maybe. I do not need cold res in any way whatsoever. Also don't really need Ellie res, so... Necrotic res. Do I need necrotic res? Not. I could probably make an upgrade out of this, maybe. Let's see if it's possible to turn some of these into upgrades. Okay, so I don't need the necrotic res. Armor needs to go way up. Or not the armor, the mana. Necrotic res needs to come off, to be perfectly honest. So, like, this is either a chaos angle or... I mean, a chaos angle probably nukes it. Health regen per second. I mean, that's not... It's not terrible, I guess. We'll take it. We already have 16 forging potential though, so this one is probably just cooked. I mean, yeah, it's just cooked. T5 mana, I mean, yeah, never mind, this is cooked. Yeah, it's got 6 forging potential. It's garbanzo beans. Okay, this one, endurance threshold. So yeah, minion damage and minion health have to come off. Actually, also, this is kind of an annoying thing. Like, it would be nice if I could try and at least try and just seal one of these affixes, but because I can't upgrade them anymore, I can't. Just kind of lame. But actually, I mean, this belt's kind of cooked, because if I drop my other belt, I lose poison res. I'm not really going to get any poison res from this belt in any way. I mean, I can still just try. I'll just try and chaos it. Minion health regen. Fizz damage, not really what I want. I mean, yeah, this one's cooked. Okay, boots. Oops, pick those back up. Alright, so these... These are quite good. I mean, my only bet, or my only chance really here is to try and seal this, though. But I also, like, I have to get rid of the attunement somehow, which is, like, not really feasible. Like, I could just try and slam it with the removal, I suppose. It's, like, really the only chance I think I have. Okay, we got rid of the strength, so it's probably still cooked. Wait, did this really have 58 forging potential? Is that real? Holy shit. Wow. Attunement was the last thing that wanted to come off. Are you kidding me? That is crazy. Fucking stubborn ass attunement roll, man. Yes, item already has a no forging potential. I feel like these items with higher item level, you would think they should at least be getting, like... I mean, I think they are getting more forging potential, but it doesn't feel like they're getting enough forging potential, because it's just like... Why is it so hard to try and get an upgrade here? Like... Huh. Yeah, I mean, this one's already kind of cooked. I mean, I sealed the strength, which is insane, but I have 2 forging potential now, so it's like, what do I do? I mean, I could just glyph of hope and absolutely pray. But then... I also kind of need to use a freaking... a Rune of Havoc. so I can try and shift the health to the mana, but it's not even gonna be like possible. I'm just not gonna have enough forging potential. Yeah, it'd be sick if I could add channel cost here, but I mean, one, I only have 3 channel cost shards, but more importantly, I have 2 forging potential, so I don't even want to use one. We'll just vitality it, and we're just gonna pray. Critical success plus 1 tier vitality. That's not bad. Our glyph of hope actually got really lucky. We had 2. We had a glyph of hope proc, and then we had a critical success. Another critical success. Holy shit. 37 mana though. That's so nasty. Honestly, this Rune of Havoc actually wouldn't even do me much good to just bring the T5 mana up to T6. I kind of need a freaking, what is it? Rune of Refinement. I don't know, it's cooked. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I knew it was coming. Now I can't Rune of Refinement. I mean, it's... I also needed the Chaos, the health regen. Like, yeah, this item had nowhere near enough forging potential to even get... I don't think this is better. But it solves my Fizz res and gives me more HP, but I lose a decent chunk of armor. Yeah, I don't think it's probably not worth it. Shatter it up. Okay, vitality, health, or Fizz res. What's the strat here on this one? 39 forging potential. Oh yeah, this has no mana though. This one's actually maybe slightly cooked. Forging potential? What the flick? I mean, yeah, it's not even close. Like what? I'm confused. It's not even close to having enough forging potential to like build the item. Huh. Yeah, I probably shouldn't even try to craft on any of these rares, because I think none of them have even remotely enough forging potential. Let's just shatter these really quick. I don't think I can make any upgrades out of anything in here either, to be honest. I mean, I think I kind of already tried and failed. "23 strength, 22% armor." I mean, I'll just give this an attempt. Fire res. Not quite what we needed. Okay, yeah, no, it's definitely dead. I need like... oops. I need like a new tab for legendary exalteds. Like where I can put exalteds that eventually I would maybe want to use in a legendary craft. So I should probably go through my exalteds at least and just like see. Like this one could maybe become one. Unlikely, but or wait, I don't think I'm gonna get a legendary helmet like ever really, so never mind. This could maybe be used for legendary boots at some point. Everything else here can just be shattered. I actually need to be careful next time I shatter. I need to like look and see if I have anything with levels of warpath, and if I do, I just need to remove those. That is, and reduced cost of channeling, actually, probably. Maybe also be used. I think the rest of these are going to be shatters. Shatter, yep. Okay. Alrighty, so now we keep going. onwards we go to look for Orbis. Oh my goodness, that middle thing hurts. Speaking of which, actually, this has channel costs on it, right? It does, okay. Oh wait, I have a thingy right there. It's a Shade of Orbis thing. Maybe I'll try and do the timeline boss one more time with the Harbinger needle or whatever. To get the extra Gaze of Orbis so I can get more corruption added and yada yada. Okay, 20 minutes. Servers are getting restarted. Okay, so I can come do this now. Alternatively, I can just do the boss one more time with my Harbinger's Needle, and then I can just then I'll do the Shade of Orbis, and I'll get more corruption, presumably. So is it better than PoE 2 so far? Nah, I wouldn't. I wouldn't go that far personally. I mean, I'm sure there are some people out there that would say that they're having more fun with this game than PoE 2 right now, and I could maybe even say that, although I don't actually think that's true for me anymore. But I think if there are people out there that genuinely think this game is better than PoE 2, then at this moment, I couldn't see. I couldn't see eye to eye with that. There's something just wrong with the progression in this game. Like, I feel like I experienced the same problem whenever I played it, like, over a year ago. But yeah, it's like the game, like, your character just feels so unbelievably progressed by like level 20, and then the next time it feels like your character starts progressing isn't until like you're infinitely scaling the difficulty to like some stupid number. I feel like they need to like, it's like a huge problem with the game, I think. That probably needs to be sorted out if they like want the game to ever like retain players for more than like a couple of days after a league launch, or like a majority of players, I should say, at least. But yeah, so I mean, I'm definitely gonna be going back to PoE 2 soon. I don't know. I'm gonna make an updated opinion video on the game, where I like talk a little bit more, like has my opinion changed and stuff, which, yeah, I kind of like, what's the word? I foreshadowed the fact in my previous video that although I was having a lot of fun with the game, I could already sniff a major issue, but it was like at that point in time, I hadn't played enough of the end game to be able to give like a confident opinion on that issue, because I was like, yeah, there's the chance that, oh, all I've got to do is just get a little bit deeper into the end game and like that problem would go away, right? Like that's what like everyone was saying too. Everyone was like, oh, the game's easy. Well, don't worry, it's not easy once you get to corruption 895 million or whatever, or you just get to empowered monoliths and the game becomes not easy. Well, we are in empowered monoliths and the game feels the exact same, but more importantly, yeah, it's just like a progression issue. Like my character's just felt like fully progressed since like level 30 basically. Like my character just feels pretty much the exact same. And it's like in PoE 2, that's like never the case. Like your character never feels just like as strong as they're gonna get at like level 30. have a question for your PoE2 build. How's your DPS on Lightning Spear skill? Like 40k and mine is stuck at like 14k? I mean, it's a hard question to answer, I guess. Like, I mean, my character's Lightning Spear DPS is up there because, like, the Sea Glass Spear is really good. Just, like, generally all parts of my build are coming together to make 40k, and, like, evidently there's got to be some parts of your build that are desperately, maybe not desperately, but are in need of upgrading if you're stuck at 14k. The easiest places to look are, like, your weapon, your gloves, your rings. Jewels are often like a forgotten part of upgrading your damage. But like weapon, rings, gloves are really easy places to look.
Stand down or die.
Actually, another thing I kind of thought of too when I was just thinking about it is like in PoE2, it's like at the beginning of the game, it's like a moderate level of just like cock and ball torture. Like you're just getting like beat down, like, you know, ruthlessly. And as you progress through the game, like it gets better and better. Like your character continuously gets better and better, and you're killing monsters quicker. Like the time to kill goes down. Your defenses go up, typically for the most part. There's like a little like bounce in difficulty when you get to maps where it like feels a little bit weird. And then probably again when you get to like T15 Delirium instilled maps where it's like not like smooth, it's not like progressive. It's like all of a sudden your character probably feels worse because the difficulty just went up a lot. But in this game, problem is your character feels like a god at the beginning. Like it's like reversed. Like your character feels insane from like level 10 to like the entire end game. And then the only time that you experience like the little bit, I guess I should say for PoE2, the beautiful part about it is your character getting better only feels good because of where you're coming from. Like if you're coming from a position where your character feels like shit, you're killing mobs really slowly, like you're not efficiently making currency or whatever, and then you improve that and you know you go upwards, it feels good. But if you go upwards, but you're going upwards from already being a god, it doesn't really feel good. Like you don't really feel anything. So in PoE2 that's good because it feels like shit at the beginning, so you get better and better and better. Keeps feeling good, keeps feeling good. It stops to feel good once you've got like all your BIS items. Like you no longer feel like you really want to progress because you don't really feel much of a difference. But in this game, that problem is like throughout the entire game until you get to empowered monoliths and corruption, where it's like PoE2, it's like you start down here and you go up. And then in this game, you start up here, you go straight forever. You never feel any difference. And then you go way down. Like, you go way down because you artificially juice the difficulty via this infinitely scaling mechanic. And then you start to go back up, I guess. Like, it's like, like something's just wrong about that. Something is just severely wrong about that. PoE2 is better, point blank, in my opinion. I mean, problem is it's not so black and white. Like, I mean, there are still things that Last Epoch does better than PoE2. Like, it's not like in every aspect of the game PoE2 is better, but and honestly, I would say even that Last Epoch actually just does a lot of things really well to where it does feel like a good game, but that one issue is like so monumentally severe. Like it effectively it removes the purpose of like playing the video game effectively. So it's like, even though the video game's very good, like so many of the systems are good, like that one issue is so bad, actually. Oh shit, I just got kicked. I think they just reset the... Yeah, they just are restarting the server to apply the patch. The progression is wild for sure. Yeah. Agreed. It's yeah, it's like if the goal of the game, I mean, it's an RPG, so the goal of the game is to like progress your character, power fantasy, etc. If the, hypothetically, if the goal was to get to like power level 100, just completely hypothetical, in Lost, like trying to compare that to Lost Epoch, it's like your character's power level starts at like 25. By the time you're level 20 or 30 or something, your character power level is like 98. And it stays at 98 until you get to empowered monoliths and like artificially juice your corruption. And then you have to like force your relative power level down by juicing the shit out of the difficulty. And then you start to like scale it back up again, I guess, somehow. But even then, it's like by that point, like there's not as much scaling. Like you're not getting many upgrades at that point, really. But yeah, in PoE2, like you start at 0, and it's like a much more natural progression from 0 to 100. Or I mean, honestly, in PoE2, you probably start at like a negative 15 or some bullshit. You start in fucking cock and ball torture land. And by the time you're in Act 3, you're at like 0. By the time you're in maps, you're at like 20. By the time you're at T15 maps, you're at like 50. And then, over the course of the next 50 divines spent, you're going to be at power level like 90 or like 95. And it's like, okay, I've grinded enough. I've spent 50 divines on my kit, which is a decent amount, obviously. It's like, okay, my character now, finally, it feels like my character is actually mostly complete. And like at that point, the progression kind of just stops. It slows down, and like that's fine though, because you've had this long, fun, enjoyable build-up of progressing your character. The two games are for two completely different types of gamers. I kind of agree with that. Like, I mean, I do agree with that, but I don't think this issue that I'm talking about with Last Epoch of like the way the progression curve is, I don't think that that's like like how do I say, like I don't think that that's just like oh, it's for a different type of person. Like I think that that issue, although I agree, like Last Epoch and PoE 2, albeit they're both ARPGs and like they appeal to generally a similar audience, I do agree that like I wouldn't agree that they're for completely different types of gamers. Like I wouldn't say PoE 2 is for people that like ARPGs and Last Epoch is for people that like first person shooters, for example. Like I still think generally if you like PoE 2, there's a much higher chance you're gonna like Last Epoch than you are if you just go randomly play Fortnite, for example. Like I think they attract a similar audience for sure. Granted, one is more casual than the other, I think. And I kind of think that's kind of the main argument of how you, or why you would say they're like built for different types of gamers. But I think this character progression issue that Last Epoch has is like not like that doesn't need to be baked in to the whole casual thing. I think the game could still do what it's doing, kind of be this more casual, friendly, enjoyable, just like fun, stress-free experience without the curve being so bad. Like the game could still be casual friendly without removing character progression from, or yeah, without effectively removing the vast majority of the character progression by like level 30 or 50. Like you could still make it more casual without just giga juicing the shit out of the players super early into the game, I feel like. I don't know. I think there's a lot of examples of how you could do this, probably. I mean, I could just like randomly spitball some, but I'm just like not a game developer, so it's not really like, I don't think it's really my place, but it's like, for example, if you made the max craftable tier on items, right? So the max craftable tier is tier 5. If that scaled with level, that would fix part of the issue. Like instantly. Like boom, you make that change, instantly you have sliced away a chunk of the problem. Like if by level 30 I can only have max tier 3 craftable mods, I mean, yeah, I don't know. It's just one example of a change, but it's like I would then have to wait. Like I could expect an upgrade. Let's say at level 50, I can get tier 4 max crafted mods. It's like almost guaranteed I can expect to make upgrades to my character at that point. Like I should be looking for items again. The chances that I can find an item and then craft those tiers higher is going to be quite likely. But if the max tier 5 is the same all the way through, and it's like, well, at level 20, I could have a fucking item with 4 tier 5 affixes, and not only that, they could all be the best affixes, like the perfect affixes, and it's like, okay, well, what now? Like, I guess now I just like wait till Aberoth. I just wait till the end of the game to get my upgrade. Yeah, and I mean I would say that's just an example. Like you could make the base types, maybe you could make the base types more impactful, or you could limit the number of shards that you get for like when you shatter an item. Like if you shatter a lower level item, you just get less shards. Like, you get, I don't know. I don't know how many less, but if you got less shards early on, then it would be less likely that you could just put the 4 perfect affixes on the same item. And then as you get higher level, you know, your items will break down into more shards, so it becomes more likely that you can do that. Like, as you're leveling up, you kind of have to do with what you, or you have to, like, work with what you have. It's like, okay, well, I want to put critical strike chance on this ring, but I've only got one critical strike chance shard, so I guess instead I'll just put void damage, because I have more of those shards or whatever. Yeah. But unfortunately, those things are not currently in the game, so. I would say also, like, other examples, Weaver's Will. Like, maybe you shouldn't be able to see as much Weaver's Will on an item the lower level you are. The higher level you are, the more Weaver's Will you could see, therefore you could effectively upgrade the items better. But like a lower level, you shouldn't see as much, so the likelihood that you just get an item that gets a unique item that then also gets extra affixes on top, it would be less likely that if you got that at level 30, you would still be using the same one by the time you got to level 80, because hopefully, you know, you would find one later that's the same item, but it's got more Weaver's Will. Same thing with like sealed affixes, like maybe you lock sealed affixes behind some end game mechanic, like you don't have access, like you're not going to see sealed affixes on items that drop on the ground in the campaign, or like items from the Nemesis encounter or whatever. You also can't add them to your items until you get to like level 65 and you do something, like maybe one of the timelines unlocks sealed affixes for you, and then at that point all of a sudden you can start adding a fifth affix to your items, and then you have like the opportunity to upgrade almost all of your gear at some point over the next however many echoes and timelines and shit that you do. But yeah, I feel like there's a lot of examples like this. Like LP is kind of a good example of it, which is already in the game. So like the higher level you get, you know, you can get more LP on your items, which gives you the opportunity to make even better legendary items, but yeah. No, I lost some stability. I gotta go redo another echo for this shit. That's definitely fair. I'll be boring. I can see that. I can see that. I do think, even with that being said, well, like you said, all fair points. So yeah, I mean, I think we're probably on the same page where I think it's like, I think the game could still be good for what you're saying. Like, it could still be really good for the casual audience, but some of these things would still, like, they wouldn't make it not good for the casual audience. It would just slightly alter the progression curve. Like, it would still be way more casual and like way more approachable than PoE 2, even with, you know, even if they made all of the random hypothetical changes I just said, it would likely still be much more approachable. Okay. I think I still haven't found any freaking exalted rings, man. Need some damage. Oh, wait, I got one actually. Health, spell, lightning res, healing effectiveness, spell damage are all terrible. What the frick? I kind of need to remove the lightning res on this damn thing. Oh, please, lightning res. Please, not health. No, man. Damn you, little shithead ring. I appreciate that, Albie boy. Thanks, my man. Yeah, I am definitely of the opinion that there is still a middle ground that could be reached between these two games. Like, I still think PoE 2 is too far in the direction of, like, hardcore and a little bit too much cock and ball torture, and then this game is a little bit too far in the direction of just, like, making you extremely strong extremely quickly and catering to casuals, I suppose. Like, I don't want that to come off in a bad way, because I think catering to casuals is actually very good and a good thing, but there is a, you know, there's a line, you know. Too much of a good thing is a bad thing. It's gotta, like, come out into the middle a little bit, maybe. What's happening? Am I, like, still getting hit? Critical strike multiplier, void damage, critical strike chance. already at basically 100% crit chance, so I think crit chances not gonna do me any good. Whoa, 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 whoa. Are there any ARPGs that you've played that do this well? I mean, for as much hate as PoE 2 gets, and keep in mind, not much of that has come from me. Like I've had a very positive experience with PoE 2 so far, and I feel like I've made that pretty clear from all of my content. And so, I would say I think PoE 2 actually does do it pretty well. I think, or at the very least, of all the ARPGs I've played, PoE 2 probably has to do it the best, in my opinion, right now, I would say. Not to say it doesn't have its flaws, obviously, you know, of course, goes without saying. But yeah, I do think PoE 2 probably does it the best right now. I think... Yeah. Yeah, actually, I would say, like, honestly, PoE 2's current progression is, like, nearly perfect for me. It's, like, maybe just a tiny bit too, like, rough in the campaign, like, on your first League launch. Like, maybe just a tiny bit. But it's really, it's really easy to make things easier. I feel like it's harder to make things harder. So I'd like rather be in PoE 2's position where the direction you need to go is like a little bit easier. Less so than having to go the opposite direction, which I think is more difficult to do as a company. And yeah, I think most of the problems with PoE are actually unrelated to this specific like character progression curve thing. Even in regards to catering to both competitive and casual gamers, yeah, I would still say so. I think if you're if you were giving both of those, if those were the two categories, and I was like, out of all ARPGs that I played, I'm ranking them on from 0 to 100 on their ability to cater to, well, yeah, I mean, the specific topic, I guess, was the character progression thing. So I would say specifically on that topic, anyways, I guess, whether it's for casuals or competitive players, I think PoE 2 would be the best one I've experienced so far. Like, if you had to average them out, I guess. Because, yeah, I would say PoE 2, it's like, on a scale of 0 to 100, it's getting a higher score for competitive than it is casual. Like, you know, just random numbers. But if it's getting an 80 for the competitive gamers, it's getting a 40 or a 50 for casual or whatever. And Last Epoch's like on the opposite side, where it's like the competitive score is going to be lower. But if I was like averaging the two scores together, if I was giving each game a separate score for the character progression for competitive and casual gamers, and then I averaged the two scores together for every game, PoE 2 would probably still be the best in my opinion. So yeah. It's an interesting topic though. It's always interesting for me, or I always have fun kind of like thinking about these things, trying to just think about like how it could be improved, what could be better, what's like the actual root cause of the problem. Level should I do my 3rd ascension? I think they lowered the level requirement, but I don't know if they made it easier when they lowered the level requirement, but typically speaking, I think you wanted to do your 3rd ascension at like level 65-ish, probably a little bit higher than that actually, but these are actually cool boots, except for the fact that they only have 22 forging potential. Also, that's like another like slightly weird thing that they've done, I think, is like, why do the items with lower affixes have less forging potential? Or is that really it? Or is it just based on the rarity, I suppose? Maybe it's just rarity? But even then, I mean, that's kind of the same thing, I guess, so I don't know. It's like, these boots are cool, but I actually can't upgrade them, really, because they just have so little forging potential. So the crafting system here is, like, kind of whack. It's, like, kind of a weird juxtaposition of the crafting system. Actually, I have to go back over here to do the Shade of Orbus. Actually, why can't I find an exalted ring, man? I need to find an exalted ring, but like, I need to like open up my filter some more or something. Like, how do I? Actually, don't really know how to open this filter up more. I'm just like not really finding them. Go the Swift first. Show off the box mod for the fans. It is a Drag 4. It's a little beat up, to be honest. But it is a Drag 4 by the brand called Bupu. Yeah, I've had it for a while, but it's treated me pretty good so far. Haven't had any major issues with it or anything. helmet, and it's kind of cooked. Hold on, I'm gonna look this up. I'm actually curious. Like, how does forging potential work? Like, what dictates the forging potential roll on my gear? Higher rarity items will generally drop with more forging potential. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, this item only having 33 seems a little whammo, but this is missing mana for sure. Or mana regen, I guess. I don't. Is mana regen actually even a thing on helmets? No, it's not. Okay. Endurance is not great. Use other glyph, which has a chance to not consume forging potential. I mean, yeah, the problem is, like, I can't really, because the item has... I mean, I have to go back and look and watch my stream really quick, but the item already has 4 stats. And only one of them are really good. So I'm forced to gamble one of 2 ways, either Glyph of Chaos or Rune of Removal. It's like one or the other, I guess. Which, in hindsight, Rune of Removal probably would have been better, but probably wouldn't have made like a massive difference either way, to be fair. But alright, let's do... This is going to be a Shade of Orbis. Fuck. When I did the timeline boss, I forgot to use a freaking... I forgot to use my Harbinger needle to get more gaze of Orbis. It's whatever. So add 24 corruption. It's at least adding something. I mean, holy shit. LP3 Siphon of Anguish. Damn. How bad is it to just use 2 of these? I still have no freaking exalted rings to go craft legendaries with this.
Take care.
Okay. So we're at 130 corruption now. I need to go up here. Need to do this timeline. Yeah, I guess I'll just try and slap this with some glyphs of envy so I can get my blessing from here really quick. And then after that, I need to go farm whatever timeline it is that gives me my relic. And then after that, I'm not exactly sure. I guess I'll just try and push to do Aberoth. Like regular Aberoth, I guess. I don't actually know how to do Uber Aberoth, but I don't think I'm ready for that yet anyway. It's not even close, probably.
Stand down or die. Does the game support WSD? Yeah, it does. You can do WASD movement if you would prefer. Oh, okay, my bad. guess that's fair. Difficulty just wants to randomly spike super hard. Gotta go do another echo now. Should probably actually make a new rule really quick. In your opinion, is this more fun than PvE2 at the moment? I played last Epoch once a year ago or so, but I didn't really get far in. Trying to decide if I should give it another shot right now. I would say for like the first day or so, it definitely feels more fun than PvE2 at the moment. But it like quickly, at least for me, it got, I don't know if stale is the right word, but yeah, I guess it didn't stay that way for long. I definitely think it's worth giving a shot, though. I feel like, you know, and it's also going to depend on the type of person you are, but especially if you don't have as much time to play, or you're looking for like a more casual experience, or maybe you just want to play something that is just, you know, going to be fun, like regardless, even if it's not going to be fun for a really long time. You know, if you're fine with playing something that you think is going to be fun for a few days, then it'd probably be really good for that too. Okay, let's try this again. Oh my goodness, no, I didn't see the circle, bro. Am I supposed to be able to tank these? Like, I'm not actually sure. Are these intended to be one-shots? Is my character too weak? I kind of feels like they probably must be intended to be one-shots, or maybe I need more armor or something. It's less effective against non-physical damage, I guess. There's quite a bit of shit on my screen, if you ask me. Holy hell. Okay. Technically, I could go get my my relic from the other timeline before I try this again, but I think I'm gonna be stubborn and just give it one more try at least. In a weird sense, it actually feels good to die. I mean, the only thing that feels off about it is I've played the game this entire point and like pretty much nothing moves my health bar. So to have like a random like massive jump where all of a sudden I am getting one shot, like I don't like the jump, but the fact that I can actually die to a mechanic and actually have to like lock in a little bit, I think it's good. So I'm actually gonna go try and beat it and like overcome that mechanic as opposed to just like trying to go get as much gear as I can and out gear it. Alright, let's give this one more try. No, wait, what? I can't wait. Killing below damage 291. I don't know. I guess that is what it is. Like, I guess I'm on the wrong. I mean, I don't know. I thought maybe I could dodge roll through that. I suppose I can't. So I guess let's go get a little bit more gear. Like, it kind of sucks because I'm just not sure what to do against that mechanic. I wish I could feel like I could kind of outplay it a little bit, but not being able to dodge roll through, it's like a little confusing. Okay, I do have these rings now I could try and do something with. Oh, this is actually a nice one. big chunky crit chance roll is also pretty decent. Okay, I guess let's try and craft these so we can then go use them on our rings. You can use the stairs to not get hit by that mechanic, but I thought the stairs were like blocked by the tentacles, aren't they? Let me try and watch really quick and see if I can find what you're talking about. Oh wait, this is the wrong attempt. But yeah, would the stairs not just be like, I don't think I can use the stairs here, can I? Like, actually, what even is the counterplay to this mechanic? So he's doing some random stuff. His eye gets red and then he starts to beam. So is the idea as soon as I see his eye get red, I should just change sides? Or... yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know if you're supposed to be able to dodge roll through that or if you're supposed to, like, have to flip sides. I actually don't know. Where do I get my relic from again? Fall of the Empire. Where's Fall of the Empire? It's right there. Okay. Alright, for now, let's try and craft these now. No, man. The only thing I can do to this is frickin' I think there's a cheese where you can hide on the stairs. I see. Okay, I see. Do any of you know, like, if you weren't to use the cheese where you hide on the stairs, do you know, like, what the correct counterplay is? Like, is it to be tanky enough to be able to dodge roll through it, or is it to, like, somehow be on the right side, or, like, be on the correct side? But maybe I could just use the stairs on the left side, because it looks like on the left side, the tentacle is, like, not all the way up, so maybe you can hang out on the stairs. When you all use the stairs, were you on the left side, do you remember, or do you think you could do it on either or? This shit kind of sucks, bro. Like, what am I supposed to do with this ring if I want to use it for Exalted? I have to just like Rune of Removal, right? Because I don't want any of these stats to come over to my ring. Like, I would only want crit chance. So I mean, I guess I just have to. I think I just have to Rune of Removal. Okay, so I got rid of spell damage. That's good. Got rid of void res. Okay, that's decent. But now the ring only has 14 forging potential XD. Forging potential. And I guess it's just strength or void damage. I'll just put void damage, I guess. I think void damage would be better. And this needs something, health or some shit. Okay, and that's all she wrote for this one. I mean, this is like probably not worth using my legendary potential on if I had to take a fat guess. Because it's like at best I get crit chance and void damage and 16 health, I guess, if I do my LP3. Let's try this one. Ugh. Sniped the crit chance off. That's unfortunate. Okay, I'm gonna give it one more try. And if I have to, I'll just try and cheese the mechanic. And then, or I'll try and cheese that mechanic, I guess. Like, I prefer to not have to cheese it, I suppose, but I don't actually know how to not cheese it. Or maybe I'm just supposed to switch sides, like, super often. Maybe that could be it. But I guess if I get stuck in a situation where it looks like I'm gonna get cooked by the beam, then I will just try and hug the stairs. Yeah, it looks like I can probably hide on the stairs. Now, yeah, he's beaming. Yeah, that does make it a lot easier. Dodge the circle. Yeah, I think, okay, I see how to actually do it, actually. I think if you just stare at his eye, pretty much, you can actually get to the other side in time. Yeah, here he goes. Beam, swap sides. Okay, yeah, I get it now. It's actually not that bad. But I mean, that's actually like good though. Like, I actually kind of like. I like that actually. I mean, I like the fact, to some extent. I mean, could still be better, but I think that is actually good. If what just happened in the campaign, and then maybe now it wasn't like that, maybe now it's easier or something. I don't know, but like it's just having a situation where it's like, okay, I'm dying, and there's got to be a way to solve it by just playing better. And yeah, I don't know. It actually feels good to like finally have that experience in the game. Probably just like a little bit too late into the game though, to be fair. Lightning res, word per second. I mean, none of these are great for me. Alluvion. And then yeah, I get no Harbinger because it was not 125 corruption, but that makes sense. Okay, blessings. Okay, so yeah, so now I need to go do Fall of the Empire for my relic, I think. Stop playing PoE? Nah, not really. I'm just playing last Epoch for now. I plan to actually go back to PoE probably tomorrow, to be honest. This helmet could technically end up being good. I'm definitely gonna empower. Oh yeah, this doesn't really help me. It's freaking necrotic damage base for the exalted. It's also already 21 forging potential. It would certainly be nice if there was like something I could do about this attunement roll. Like, it's sick because these boots are actually decent and could potentially be an upgrade. Although kind of unlikely, but potentially. But it's like really hard to actually make them an upgrade because what do I do about this T5 attunement other than just like gamble the rune of removal? And then that's also going to yoink a bunch of forging potential. That's if it 1 in 4 hits the, you know, I guess one of the 2 good rolls, I suppose. Can always just chaos this. Like, I mean, so yeah, now that's good. Now I really just need to... Oh, okay, it hit. Holy shit. Alright, so... Now we have a chance to make this better than the pair of boots we got at like level 35. We have a chance. Okay, so we need movement speed for sure. That is guaranteed. Okay, we're down to 6 forging potential already. Okay, now we're at 0. So yeah, now it's cooked, unfortunately. Damn, man. Like, something just feels so bad about that. Like, it's a decent pair of boots that drop from the ground. And at first glance, they look like they could be turned into an upgrade. I successfully hit the, you know, the 1 in 4 RNG on the attunement. And then they still end up being, they're like 30 plus, probably, well, maybe not 30, but they're like 20 plus forging potential away at least from actually being an upgrade. Like, I need to slam the... I need to probably upgrade the armor to T1 or T2. I need to, or to T2 or T3. I need to seal it. And then I also need to upgrade another stat to T5. Like, it's actually very far away from really being an upgrade, but It's good stats, I guess. Like, I don't know. I don't know what to do with these. There's not really much to do. Okay, maybe we're gonna end up with a good belt here. Maybe. Definitely need a void damage, I think, is the only thing that makes sense here. It's honestly not much of an upgrade, but it is an upgrade, I think. So that's nice. When will you play PoE 2? I think at latest it's gonna be tomorrow. Currency drops in PoE is really rough right now. Yeah, I've heard, or so I've heard from a lot of people. Didn't feel like that bad to me. Whenever I was playing it before, but I know a lot of people definitely feel that way at the moment. Man, how many of these things do I have? I can't see the number. Okay, I seem to have a lot of these. Okay, I think I have enough of these. Okay, so I can just go straight to the boss with this? Like, how does this select a dungeon tier? I assume I have to do... I think I have to do tier 2 in order for this to actually work. Maybe I can do it on tier 1 or something, but I guess we'll see. %, increased fizz. Return to the eternity cache in the divine era to harvest its power. Okay. So now if I understand, oh, okay, level requirement of 50 or below. Okay, so it's, yeah, so I need to do tier 2 of the dungeon or whatever. Alright, so how do I go? How do I restart this? Seemed useless.
Dares intrude upon my research. No matter. They cannot reach me.
Wait, I'm so confused. I thought I just used a portal charm. Like, why didn't it just skip me to the boss? Am I not allowed to skip to the boss if I haven't done it like legit once or something? Okay. Portal Charm, Sanctum Key. One affix may be optionally selected to guarantee it will be chosen. Wait, what? Wait, that's kind of good. I didn't realize you could select the affixes. Oh, I had to fucking click the portal. I'm a doofus. Does that go up if I do the dungeon at a higher tier? Oh, it hit the void damage. Sheesh, look at that. Nice. W, I guess. WW. Okay, now I need another exalted ring. Okay, well, that was a pretty nice little upgrade. Alright, now I need to go do this. Need to do the timeline boss here. Actually, I also need to go do... Oh, whatever. I'll do this first. Or actually, hold on. Let me see. That's actually a decent amulet. Might be able to craft on that. Wow, what the fuck? Both of these rolled crit multi and crit chance. Oh wait, this one's spell critical strike chance. Wait, that doesn't work. Okay, let's start with this one. I guess chaos it. Okay, mana. We'll take mana. Might have a chance here to make something juicy. Okay, I need necrotic. Honestly, is the increased critical strike chance actually even what I want? On second thought, I mean, is this gonna put me? I mean, yeah, I'm at 100. Am I maybe going overboard on the critical strike chance here? I'm not even sure. 100%'s probably overkill. Perfectly honest. Oh my goodness, man. Why do these keep resetting? Yeah, supposedly there's a blessing I can get from Reign of Dragons too that'll give me 20% like all res, which would be kind of nice right now. Would help me solve this. Are you in Merchant Guild? No, I'm not. Running out of foraging potential quite quickly on this one. I feel like I'm getting armor shred from something, but I don't know what. Was it a blessing that I got? No, it's not a blessing. I swear I was getting it from somewhere though. But this says 0, but I don't think that's right. Yeah, shred armor 55. Oh, it's coming from an idol. Not a blessing, it's an idol. There it is. Armor shred, okay. Well, getting some more armor shred chance probably wouldn't be bad. You shred armor below 0? Holy shit. I just upgraded that 5. I just got +7 tiers without losing any forging potential. That can't be normal. That cannot be normal. Not normally. Well, that's kind of an insane amulet. Actually, it does lower my DPS, but I think it's just because of the attack speed. I think the armor shred should actually increase my DPS, presumably. Okay, so I think... what should my plan be here? Need to get my relic. I also need to get my chess piece. I guess I'm gonna farm... Actually, I don't know which one I should farm first. Holy shit. Might have to get a little bit of void res from some relics for the time being. Okay. Alright, now my res is good. Minus physical. Well, physical is, yes, minus 6. A little bit lower than we'd like, but that's okay. Deal with that one of these days, I'm sure. Let's see if we can do this. Ailment shard, wand shard, ring shard, amulet shard. What is shard? Like affix shard? I don't actually know what this means. This guy didn't drop any fucking uniques. The hell? Okay, so what's the next best strat here now? It's awkward. I don't think I have any more glyphs of envy. I have none. Four Gaze of Orbis. Hold on. So I should probably go here, try and buy a shit ton of Lostwood Follies. Spam Lostwood Folly, try and up my corruption, and then I'll go back to the timeline for the relic, I guess. It's like the only thing that makes sense.
How may I assist you?
Lostwood. Should really buy all of those. Let's go cemetery. Let's slap a bunch of Lostwood Follies on the map. Let's go do Shade of Orbis, up the corruption. Okay, let's literally just slam this with Lostwood Follies. Let's just do that many for now. See if we can craft this ring to go get another legendary ring. Is there a way to just like keep the implicits of a, or maybe not the implicits, but is there a way to like keep the rolls of my unique item and then just like absorb the Weaver's Will from the same type of unique item so I can re-roll the Weaver's Will affixes, or how does that work? Let me pick up my Clotho's needle in case I die. Wait, can I put... Okay, so I guess there's a way I can use some specific woven echo to re-roll the affix ranges of my Weaver's Will item if I sacrifice another copy of the item. But that doesn't really matter for me until I get a Clothos needle with good Weaver's Will affixes, I guess. 12 Weaver's Will is not much, so I don't know. Minion melee damage, fire damage. Not particularly what I want. Mana and mana regen, and then, dude, holy shit. I mean, I guess this is better than my current one. Take reduced damage from crit strikes, and I gain a little bit of mana. I lose a tiny bit of critical strike chance, but I think that's okay. I'll probably still be at 100%, right? At 101%. Don't really know what that means. How am I making my character spin all slowly like that? That looks funny. Oh, I mean, it's a slight upgrade, not much, really, to be perfectly honest. Shit doesn't really make sense to me if I can use my Clothos needle here or not. It says cannot include stuff that are not dropped by regular enemies, so I would assume this shouldn't help, but like lets me put it in there, so I'm not positive. Weaver's Will again. Oh yeah, that's right. This helmet could have been good. I think it technically still could actually end up being good. We'll see. I'll try and craft it after. I mean, all attributes has to be decent, I would think. Ooh, melee void damage. There we go, finally. It's like, I mean, this is decent. If only the melee void damage got all of the remaining tiers, that would have been a lot better. Way better. But that is an upgrade. It's got pretty terrible implicits though, or like affixes or whatever. I think this is the one. It's minimum corruption 200, so I can't do it yet anyways. Bro, this fucker is zooming on the map. Pick a direction, man. Get your ass over here. Is there an easy way to get that spear? I assume you're talking about the sword. But yeah, the easy way to do it is to farm this same woven echo that I'm doing called Lost Wood Folly. I'll actually show you really quick. It's this one right here, the Lost Wood Folly echo. You can buy it from the Weaver, like the Weaver vendor, faction leader vendor dude. You can buy them for like 1,000 amber echo or whatever the fuck, like memory amber or something. And then all you have to do after that is just come to your timeline, go to like a cemetery, and then just slap like a ton of them into your thing, and then you can just target farm the shit out of it. I'm gonna do this beacon really quick so I can see if there's a Shade of Orbis node nearby that I'll do after I get these last Lostwood Follies completed.
Yes.
Yeah, I need to do the rest of these Lostwood Follies. Then I can do a Shade of Orbis. Up my corruption by quite a bit. 14. Weaver's Will. T6 Melee Void. T6, 105 void damage. Holy shit. The damage increase from that is crazy. 31k up to 50k. Holy shit. I mean, the physical damage does nothing for me, but that is a fat void damage roll. Why are these not going to my shatter thing or whatever the fuck? Okay, this is like, I mean, this is kind of a bad roll. These two are okay rolls. Well, that's, I mean, that's an insane, just an absolutely insane DPS increase, I have to say. Yeah, I mean, we're probably not finding a better one than that anytime soon, I would imagine, unless we just get really lucky, but we should probably still just grab or do the rest of these Lostwood Follies, just in case. You never know. And yeah, this one will need to be re-rolled, so getting some extra ones is probably a good idea. fat ass lizard. Ole. We can maybe do something with that, actually, that ring. Alright, but this is an LP3 fucking ring. Isn't like LP3 super rare? Like, I should probably wait till I have like just an insane exalted ring actually to try and craft on this. Probably shouldn't do it on just like some random ring. Stun avoidance, health regen. This one's like almost good, but lightning damage would be really sad. Health and strength would be good. Yo, what's up, Momo? How you doing, brother? How's it going, my man? What you been up to, Momo? You playing Last Epoch, or you still playing PoE 2? I don't have a command for drops Silent Storm, but there are drops going on right now for Last Epoch. Okay. It's gonna give me a lot of corruption. It's gonna be nice. Alright. Alrighty. Boss just got absolutely obliterated. Honestly, I probably should just go upgrade this LP3 one, because, I mean, I'm probably going to get a lot of these rings. It seems like, anyways, since this boss has a chance to drop them. Okay, so let's go do... Honestly, an LP3 might still be really rare. Maybe I should just wait till I get another LP2 ring. Or I should just upgrade this one, to be honest, actually. Yeah, I should just upgrade this one and just steal the strength. Go slap the strength on this one with LP1. My bad. Spend key to retry. Yes. Okay, so now I can't just face tank. Alright. Word. How do I not take damage from this? Hello? How do I... Okay, that's definitely a one-shot mechanic, so there's got to be a way to, like, you know, avoid it. Is it my dungeon ability, probably? Oh, whoops, I was supposed to just go back to that. Maybe that's my D key, like the dungeon-specific ability or something. Allows me to avoid that? I'm not 100% sure. I mean, honestly, I don't even need to do a tier 3, but I'm just curious about the mechanic. Okay, proceed. So what happens if I... Okay, I see. Alright, that's pretty simple, actually. And now this goes in my unique section. I'll put this down here in like the really good unique section. Now, really quickly, how much movement speed do I get from these boots nowadays? It's quite a bit, actually. Shit. What happens if I put these on? I lose armor, health, Ellie-res. Lose a lot. Lose a lot of health. And actually, probably too much Ellie-res, to be honest. I do be schmoovin', though. But yeah, I don't think they're good enough yet. Honestly, these are probably just cooked. I don't think these could end up being good enough. I mean, maybe, I don't know. Maybe if I solve my health and resistance issues elsewhere or something. Wait, wait, I don't understand. Why does it seal it? Oh, has a chance to seal instead of upgrading. Fuck, I thought this upgraded and sealed. Okay, whatever. I mean, I'll just put strength on it now, I think. Strength or vitality, one or the other. Increased armor shred effect, I think it's also pretty decent. is this better? The endurance threshold and armor is quite nice. Actually, yeah, this is definitely an upgrade. A lot of armor. It's a huge armor difference, actually. And some more endurance threshold, which is also actually pretty good. Endurance seems really strong. Okay, so now this is, let's see here. This is now 154 corruption. But I should probably just go. Let's just do this boss really quick. It's gonna be Lagon again. Okay, not bad. Now we got a Harbinger. It's actually a new Harbinger. I haven't fought this before. Ow. Dodge this. Okay. Dodged. Okay, mana, not bad. Take mana, I guess. It's decent. Decent.
A third instead, we're making the Harbingers pay with theirs. Come back when you've spilled the blood of a fourth Harbinger.
Okay. So now my options are to either go try and just run to Aberoth just to like kill it for fun / maybe get items, or I can go redo. I mean, yeah, let me go redo this for my freaking relic. I think I definitely do want the relic pretty bad. Right? I think how beneficial does this relic seem like it's gonna be? Pretty helpful, actually. So yes, let's go target farm the shit out of this relic. We have 5 glyphs of envy, which is not a lot, perfectly honest, but it's not nothing. Let's just go straight up in this place too. Is this the bleed auto bomber? It is not. I honestly have not played enough of this game to even personally know what the bleed auto bomber is, let alone would I know how to build it. With that being said, this is just a homegrown, home cooked, if you will, Warpath Void Knight build that I'm currently running. What was I actually about to? I don't know. I was about to do something, but I can't remember what. But my main thing is to come do this. Oh, it looked very much like this one. I mean, it is actually kind of similar, I guess, but it is just it's a home cooked version of that. It's definitely different. It seems like he's using like Smite somewhere in here, like a Smite auto bomb version. Like technically, I suppose Devouring Orb, the way I have it set up, is kind of like an auto bomber setup, but it's not like Devouring Orb is not, you know, exploding shit on screen. But yeah, I am just holding Warpath, and at the same time, my Devouring Orb and Abyssal Echoes are both automatic. So it is kind of like an auto bomber, I guess. I mean, yeah, yeah, technically, it is an auto bomber, but it's like, it's not the traditional what I think of when I think of auto bomber, because neither my Devouring Orb or my Abyssal Echoes are really like the thing killing the target. It's just a bunch of, they're applying a bunch of debuffs and effects and stuff, and ultimately just ramping the damage of my like actual main ability, Warpath. But yeah, I basically just hold my mouse button to use Warpath, and then while I'm doing that, like a bunch of extra shit is just happening on the side. No, not the shield, man. I don't want a shield. I need the damn relic game. Give me the relic. Kind of cool if I could like buy glyphs of envy from somewhere, but
Hello, traveler. Do not dwell on regrets.
I appreciate that, brother. Yeah, it's definitely, I mean, it's, you know, it's destroyed the entire game so far. I can say that for sure. Like this build anyways has, I mean, I've had legit basically 0 issues the entire game. Which is good and bad. I mean, I did finally start to have, like, I actually had to interact with boss mechanics for like the first time at like level 85 or something like that. I don't know how much of that has to do with the build and how much of that has to do with the game though, so do with that what you will. Give me 1 sec, chat. I'll be right back. Alrighty, we are back. Okay, so I guess the plan is to... Wait, this lets me... I can up the corruption right now, just because my... Wait, hold on. I'm gonna move the chat for half a second just so I can read this. Ooh. This is plus 24 from Gaze of Orbis, and then plus 23 is catch up, I'm assuming, for my other timelines. Okay, I see. And then it resets the echo web. Okay, I see. I mean, yeah, to be fair, I have a sneaking suspicion that my build is probably similar. Well, actually, I don't know. What are the 3 cookie cutter builds? I know one of them, I believe, is like some paladin setup. I honestly don't know them, but from what I've heard, paladin is like disgustingly OP right now or something. Like you can just face tank the entire game and then some pretty much on paladin. You could face tank like a fucking Super Saiyan 4 Spirit Bomb from Goku and just stand there menacingly. A Racing Strike, Hammerden, and Heartseeker. Gotcha. Interesting, okay. Yeah, I was actually thinking about a Racing Strike, but just like for my first playthrough, it seemed like it would be easier to just play Warpath. Although I envision a Racing Strike could also probably be very strong on my character right now. If I just like swapped out my weapon, probably. But yeah, Warpath honestly just felt or seemed like a fun option. I did start off playing Rive, I started off playing, like technically I went Paladin at the very beginning, and then instantly didn't really like it, so I went Void Knight, and I was playing like Rive, like a Void version of Rive for a while. Yeah, coming over here for this. And then eventually around like level 50, I just swapped over to Warpath when I had the actual mana sustain to manage it. Wonder, does this version of Shade of Orbis actually drop like his boss drops? That's a fiery version, what though? Wow. Wait, this version can drop it. That's crazy. Interesting. Okay, so that gave me corruption on the timeline, right? So yeah, now this is 153. And if I were to do this, this would remove all the corruption, which obviously we do not want. So now I guess the plan is to just go... We'll just go straight down. Actually, do I have any more glyphs of envy? Let me check. No, okay. I want to try the bleed auto bomber I linked. Nice, nice. Yeah, it's I mean, since like I said, it does look pretty similar. I mean, I can say this build is quite fun, but it is also a little mind numbing because you are just, you know, sitting here holding spin perma. But to be fair, ARPGs are not known to be like the most interactive like combat mechanics from the player's side of things. But this is on the lower end of required skill or required interaction. Doesn't mean it's bad though. Obviously I am playing it for a reason. Still having a decent time. So let's see, so now I have 130% increased experience gain and 126% increased rarity. How much do you get per 1 corruption? This must be why / how people were getting to level 100 on day 1 by literally just maxing out their corruption as quick as possible. If I'm getting... I mean, yeah, it's a lot of rarity and experience. Long story short, I guess. Bum, 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 bum. Nah, you're all good, Wetterson Giannato. All I do to make that work is I just manually swap the spear and scepter over to the other weapon set. So I use the same weapon set for the 2 different passive tree options. And then GGG is gonna add that as a feature to where you can just do that with like a button. And it'll duplicate your weapon set 1 weapons over to weapon set 2, and then all you have to do is just like press your weapon swap keybind and it'll just work. Currently you can do it manually the way I do, by just manually moving them over though, like before a boss fight or whatever. Here, no problem, brother.
Stand down or die.
Belt. Not really something we need, obviously.
Yes. Take care.
Stand down or die.
Why does your friggin' Are you listening to music right now? You're like YouTube music on my PC just like keeps bugging. Just keeps kind of like logging me out and stuff. It's weird. Shit, I almost died. I wasn't paying attention.
Stand down or die.
Do you think this game is too easy? It's like it's a little bit more of a complicated question than that, but like the end result would be yes. I do think so. I don't think it's that the game is actually too easy. I think it's that the character progression is off. And this doesn't really include like empowered monoliths and scaling your corruption infinitely, because obviously eventually you can make the game difficult. But if the only way you can like feel a challenge or get a challenge is by artificially juicing up the difficulty by just like pumping the shit out of the numbers, not to mention that that doesn't even like, you don't even have the option to do that until, you know, the fucking deep end game, then yeah, I don't know. I don't think that that's like really a recipe for success. But like I said, I don't think it's explicitly that the game's too easy. It's like it's a problematic relationship between the difficulty of the game and the power of your character during the leveling process and the campaign, and like, you know, just as you progress through the game. It's like if max power was 100, just like as a random number 100, then what the game feels like, or what it makes you feel like, is that by level 20 or 30, you're basically at like a 95. Like, it feels near, like, mind you, 100 in PoE terms would be like a 5 mirror build, like a build that costs like 5 mirrors to get there. So like 100 power level is like nearly impossible to achieve in this hypothetical. But in this game, by like level 30 to 50, you feel like you're at a 95. And then you feel like you're at a 95 from that point until like you've beat the game, you've beat endgame, you've pushed into like the artificial end game where you're just like playing everything again, kind of, but it's on the improved difficulty, like the enhanced difficulty. And then even then, it still kind of feels like you're at a 95. And the only time it doesn't feel like you're at a 95 is when you fight the bosses and their mechanics can one-shot you. But outside of like getting one shot, you still feel like you're doing just ridiculous damage. Like I've been spinning through enemies since like level 30, and since level 30 it's looked like this, where I'm just oh shit, the echo's done. Or about to be done. Let's go. And yeah, so that's, and like, I guess to put things into context though, just to keep it clear, if you removed that issue, like if I think about it, like if I think about the game, if you remove that problem, the problem with the relationship between character progression and difficulty of the game, I would probably give the game like an 8 or a 9 out of 10. Like, I think the game is actually really good and really fun. But that one issue, like, that is like such a core part of video games in general, and especially ARPGs. Like, the character progression, your character actually feeling like it's getting stronger. Like, at hour 3, like, you just made a fresh character. 3 hours in, you're killing a pack of monsters in 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 seconds, like whatever hypothetical number you want. By 8 hours in, I want to be killing those monsters 20% quicker, 30% quicker, 50% quicker, something. Like, I want to like see a difference in the time to kill. I want to see a difference in how tanky I am. I want to see a difference in how much recovery I have, like how quickly I can restore my HP and my resources or whatever. I want to be moving quicker, yada yada. But in this game, you don't really see any of that after like level 30, because by the time you're level 30, you're already just juiced. Like, you're already killing everything instantly. You already feel immortal. You already feel like, you know, you have like, I mean, at least my character had infinite life leech. Like, I literally would full heal myself in like a second or two of just dealing damage. And it literally just feels like that for the rest of the entire game until you start just juicing the difficulty with corruption, which is like just an artificial difficulty steroid, effectively. And it's not even like a fun one either. Like, I say artificial in a bad way, and I mean it in a bad way, because just percent increased health and percent increased damage is not a fun and enjoyable or engaging and interactive way to increase the difficulty of a game. Like, that is like the laziest, like most boring, most unfun way to do it. It's really the only way you can do it infinitely, that's why it's fine in like an infinite setting. But when that's like the only way, like that's the only way to have a challenge in this game, is just to like use this artificial, you know, increase the numbers infinitely strategy. It feels like Dookie Cheeks, kind of. Or it's like, the game doesn't feel like Dookie Cheeks, but that just ruins everything else, pretty much. Brings the game from like an 8 or a 9 out of 10 to like a 6 or a 5, like by itself. It's just such an important concept. What game is this? This game is the last Epoch. This looks like crap compared to PoE 2, lol. Do you mean like it, like visually it looks like crap, like graphics wise, or you just like gameplay wise? Like, you think the gameplay looks bad? I'm just curious. And follow-up question, how impactful does the combat feel relative to PoE 2? Because I love the weightiness of PoE 2 combat. The combat feels weighted from level 1 to 15. And then somewhere around like level 15 to 30 to 45. And I know that's like those are kind of like big gaps. Like, they sound like big gaps, but getting, like, you can get from level 1 to 50 in this game in like an hour and a half, like, or like an hour if you're like really zooming. So it's not really that big of a gap. Like, you get from level 20 to 50 very quickly, but somewhere between like level 15 and 50, the combat starts to feel weightless. Like, it's like there's no weight to the combat, basically, because, I mean, yeah, I guess. I don't know. At least there's no weight in the sense of like, you don't feel like you're getting affected at all. Like, you don't feel like you're getting impacted. I guess there's like weight in the sense that you're like one-shotting everything, but that, weirdly enough, like one-shotting enemies actually feels less weighted than like chunking enemies, I feel like. I don't know if that makes sense. Visually, gotcha. Interesting. Yeah, visually, I think the game looks like decent visually. Like, I actually think like my character looks cool. Like, I think the abilities look pretty decent. Like, I don't hate the way the game looks by any means. But I can see why some people wouldn't like it, because it's definitely like more cartoony than PoE. How is trading in this game? I don't really know. There's like, once you get to endgame, you have to choose between one of these two factions. This one is like SSF, basically. Like, you get better loot. Like, as an individual, you get better loot, but it prevents you from trading with other players. And then if you choose this one, mind you, you can't choose this until like endgame, so this doesn't affect you during the campaign, really. But then the other one allows you to trade. But from what I understand, most people don't really trade. Like, it doesn't seem like the trading or the economy in this game like really exists that much. I'm not positive on that, and I haven't really tried it enough to like say for sure. Like, I'm sure there are people that trade, but it almost seems weird to have a trade league in this game, considering how considering like how deterministic everything is to an extent. Like, it almost seems odd. But I guess at a certain point, the idea is, I mean, you just want to trade gold for time, like, rather than go deterministically farm something. You just buy it off the auction house anyways, so. But with that being said, I don't really know if it's good or bad. I haven't heard people give a lot of feedback on it because, like I said, I just don't think that many people actually do it. So I envision it can't be like that good. Or the game is just set up in such a way that it's just not really needed. In your opinion, which ARPG right now has the most replayability? Also, your personal favorite? Strictly between, well, I mean, yeah, it's probably got to be between Last Epoch and PoE 2. So I don't think I need to really answer that or ask that. But I would say it's probably got to be PoE 2 to both of those questions for me, if I'm being honest. I would actually say especially on the replayability side. Like, I feel like this game, it's like this game could have really good replayability if it wasn't so trivial, but it's like I already know exactly what's going to happen if I make another character. Like, if I make another character right now, and especially if I don't do like the solo self-found mode, like if I have access to all of my crafting materials and shit, I'm gonna like literally vaporize the entire game until I get up to corruption. And I mean, I don't know, I guess there are people that just like the whole corruption mechanic, but I have yet to really like find myself being a huge fan of it. But ultimately, yeah, I would say my personal favorite is PoE 2, and I also think PoE 2 has the most replayability. PoE 1 probably has more replayability than PoE 2, but I don't really want to like learn all of PoE 1 at this point. I guess I would say if you have like zero interest in economy and stuff, like you don't care about economy, then I would say PoE 2 probably doesn't have like a significantly higher replayability at that point. But for me personally, since the economy actually makes a pretty big difference, I would say that kind of makes PoE 2 much more have much better replayability for me. I don't really know what was going on there, but we got him down. It's actually like an interesting spear, but not really for my build. I still haven't gotten my frickin'...
I just need to not make a habit of it. Or this place is going to get crowded.
Still haven't gotten my damn, my relic, man. How unlucky am I with this relic drop chance? Ugh, I want to hurry up and do different timelines at this point so I can go do Aberoth, but I'm just getting unlucky. Are you going back to PoE 2 after this? Do you have other games in mind? I mean, I have other games in mind, but I think I am going to go back to PoE 2 just for, like, content creation. Not to say that I'm not enjoying PoE 2 or that I'm not going to enjoy it, but just for clarity's sake, there are other games I definitely enjoy and I'm actually probably even significantly better at than PoE 2 or last Epoch or whatever, but it would be a drastic shift for my content to go make content for those games.
Down or die.
So yeah, I will be probably going back to PoE 2 tomorrow, actually, I think is my plan. I think I'm gonna, at the very least, I'm gonna like stick it out until I can fight Aberoth and hopefully just mollywop Aberoth. And then after that, I'm going to probably make a video on just like my updated opinion on the game on last Epoch. You know, my thoughts on it and everything, and then, you know, also clarify that I'm probably going back to PoE 2 as well. And yeah, I thought 0.2 wasn't actually that bad. Like the launch of 0.2, I don't actually think it was that bad. It was nowhere near as bad as people were making it out to be. Like, I mean, that's kind of how the internet goes. Like, people love to overreact on the internet, of course. It's just like the nature of humankind at this point. But it was significantly blown out of proportion, I think. Even still, I think it's still getting blown out of proportion. People are still just like baby raging over, I shouldn't say baby, well, some people are baby raging actually, so yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's as bad as some people are making it out to be. How can I not hate 0.2 if I try my best to go as far as possible in content and had 150 hours in the first week just to have the same amount of loot as a random enjoyer that just got to T1 maps? I mean, I'll just say, like, that shouldn't be the case because, for example, like, Fub Gun, like, that's in the nicest way possible. That has to be, to some extent, a skill issue because clearly players like Fub Gun, I'll even throw myself into this category. Not to say that I'm as good as Fub Gun, obviously, but within the first week, I'll just say Fub Gun. I mean, I had a similar experience, but I'll just use Fub Gun as an example because he's an even better example. Someone like Fub Gun within the first week was exponentially further ahead than like your average random player. But even myself specifically, like within the first week, I had probably already made like 10 to 15 divine. I was probably already did a T4 pinnacle, or at least made attempts on T4 pinnacles in the first week. And I know within like the first week and a half, I had made like 30 to 50 divine, killed T4 pinnacles, killed Arbiter. I think at that point, your average Joe was probably still like somewhere between T1 and T15 maps. I mean, shit, at that point, I had already beat T3 Simulacrum too, which I guarantee you the average player, if they walked into T1 Simulacrum 7 days into the new season, they would have instantly been obliterated. With that being said, though, I think usually Fub Gun is further ahead. I will say that, like, within a week or a week and a half, usually Fub Gun is significantly further ahead of the average player than he was on this launch. So I will give it that, or I'll give you that.
Stand down or die. Stand down or die.
And I'll also just add that although Last Epoch does give you a lot of dopamine, especially up front, it doesn't stay that way because, like, the amount of dopamine you get in, like, the early levels and, like, the early progression is, like, infinitely more than you get from the rest of the game and endgame, which is like, it's like almost the opposite in PoE2. Like, you get a lot more dopamine in PoE2 from like the end game and the closer you get to end game and stuff, I feel like. But in this game, it's like by the time you're like level 30 or 50, it's like all of a sudden there's like not even really opportunities for you to get a dopamine hit. Warpath is a lot of fun so far. Yeah, I mean, Warpath has definitely been treated me very well. I do say so myself. I had all outlets points, plus T3 Sim, plus full breach rituals, T3 Pinnacle, and all I farmed was like 15 to 20 div. I mean, if you had like 15 to 20 div in the first week, though, you have to realize that that was significantly more than the average player. Like, if you actually had 15 to 20 div in like 7 days from launch, I can assure you that the average player 7 days into launch had like 1 div at most. So you were like still like you're within the top like 1 to 2% if you had that in the first 7 days, probably. Maybe not top 1 to 2%, but like you're probably in like the top 5% or something.
Stand down or die.
What is the strongest class right now in last Epoch? To my understanding, it is the Sentinel. Did I not just wait? I didn't finish the map or the map? What the fuck? Yeah, to my understanding, it's the Sentinel, and particularly like the Paladin ascendancy. But that's just like I could be completely wrong. That's just kind of what I've heard a lot of people say. I don't actually know that to be the truth. I got into ARPGs, looking for something to do after all the Souls games, Elden Ring, etc. I think that's why a game like this looks so tough to get into. You literally obliterate everything. Yeah, if you just got done playing Souls games, but you also want to play an ARPG, then definitely, yeah, PoE 2 is certainly much more up your alley for sure. Like the Act 1 boss of PoE 2 legit feels like a Souls game boss. Like the first time you fight it, especially, it feels exactly like a Dark Souls boss. Obviously like a top-down camera angle and shit, but you think about build versatility in 0.2? I mean, just bluntly, like with no conditionals applied, I would say it's it's kind of a hard question to answer. I guess from like a balanced perspective and like a blunt perspective, I would say, yeah, it's terrible. Because effectively, everyone probably kind of feels forced to play Elspear right now. And then even more so, people probably feel kind of forced to play Elspear Deadeye with the Serpent mechanic or the Serpent ability. If you're willing to like apply the conditional of let's just not talk about Elspear and let's not talk about the Dragonlance ability or whatever the fuck, like the Deadeye boss kill strategy, then it's probably not half bad. Like I would say if you can remove those from the pool, then I would say the build versatility is actually probably not half bad. Are there things that probably need some buffs? Sure. But, yeah. Deadeye, it's the only way to easily farm pinnacles, sadly. I mean, hey, I was easily farming pinnacles on my, or, well, yeah, no, I would just say that that's definitely just not true. Because I was easily farming pinnacles on my Amazon. I know you can easily farm pinnacles on Lich. I know you can easily farm pinnacles on Infernalist. I know you can easily farm pinnacles on probably a plethora of other builds / ascendancies too. None of them are likely to be as easy as Deadeye. You could also do it on Ritualist as well. Like, you can make the bleed build, which actually you might need to be Amazon for that. I'm not positive, but yeah, but that's the thing. The reason you feel that way, Mike, is kind of like probably what Surprise is implying. Kind of what I was saying is it feels like Deadeye is the only way to kill pinnacle bosses, or the only way to easily farm pinnacle bosses, because it's just so much better than everything else that it just makes you feel that way. But it's not actually, it's probably not actually true. Like, I guarantee you, if they removed Deadeye from PoE 2 right now, within one day, there would be a new popular build that's like, it would like feel the same way to you. Like, they'd remove Deadeye, and then tomorrow you would look at the Amazon bleed build and you'd be like, well, fuck. Unfortunately, the Amazon bleed build, or the bleed build that's like nuking bosses, is the only way to farm pinnacles, sadly. But then if they got rid of that one, there'd be another one behind that. Might be a little bit worse than the previous one, but it's not gonna be like night and day, I can assure you. Which PoE 2 ascendancies have you had the most fun with to this point? Probably my Stormweaver build last league was the most fun to me, because it was just like the most different thing I had done in like PoE and an ARPG at that point. Because like, for the most part, my experience in ARPGs throughout my life, I've never really played caster builds. I've only ever really played like melee or like ranged, but like not like a spell caster. So it was quite fun for that reason, just because it was like I had to learn like a whole bunch of new shit. But I cannot wait for Druid to come out. It's unfortunate Druid didn't make it into 0.2, but I am so excited for the Druid to come out. And I would say, as far as I'm aware, it should be extremely likely at this point that we do get Druid in the next league. How do you target farm some uniques in Elite? You can target farm a lot of uniques. But yeah, there's a last Epoch database. I don't know if it's actually called LEDB. It might be something slightly different, but if you just like look up like the name, like if you just look up Clotho's Needle last Epoch, you should find the website, and then it'll tell you like how to go about getting it. So if it is a boss drop unique, it'll tell you, you know, which boss you need to go farm. It's not a boss unique, and it'll tell you like you probably have to use a Rune of Ascendance, or there's still ways to target farm even non-boss drop uniques, but it's just a little bit less straightforward. Been farming T4 Zesh pretty easily with Huntress. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, before I even stopped playing PoE2, I was already at the point where I could pretty much, I mean, I could just farm T4 Ritual, Zesht, whatever, pretty much at that point. Granted, Zesht was bugged. Does anybody know if Zesht is still bugged? I'm just curious. Like his, like, hand smack mechanic. Bro, drop my relic, man. Oh shit. Ran out of mana for a second. Nice. Bro, I need this fucker to drop my damn thing, though. This is annoying. What's your plan when back to PoE2? Still rocking Hunter Cell Spear, doing something new? I plan to do Essence Drain Contagion Lich, or like some variation of Chaos Dot Lich. That's the plan. At least, I'll say that's the initial plan. I haven't looked at or played PoE2 in at least the last 3 to 4 days, so I will probably do a little bit of research before I just, you know, make that confirmed decision. See if anybody's come up with like some other build that I want to try and, you know, create myself and see if I can improve it or see how good it feels and stuff. But the initial plan is definitely Chaos Dot Lich. And I think my plan is to kind of like twink level that character. Not like fully twink, but I'll probably give myself like a couple exalts, or, you know, I'm going to get some leveling uniques, and I'm going to like use greater jewelers on my skills, so I'll have like 4 sockets or whatever. And then I think once I get to endgame, my plan is to get to like level 75, 78, give or take. I'm going to take off every single piece of gear, every single jewel, everything. I'm going to give myself 4 slot skills. So all of my skills are going to have 4 sockets. And I'll be like level 75, 78, probably 78. And then I'm going to give myself 1 divine. I think. It'll either be 1 or 2, but I'm probably going to give... I mean, It's going to be some low amount. It'll either be 1 or 2 divine. I give myself 1 or 2 divine to buy every single item, every single jewel, literally, you know, every flasks, charms, everything. And then see what I can do. I'm gonna try and do T15 maps. I'm gonna see if I can do any pinnacles. I'm just gonna, like, you know, fully limit test that character on like a 1 to 2 divine budget. And then I'm gonna make a build guide for that, like a low budget, you know, friendly build guide for people that are just getting to endgame on that character. Maybe I'll make a leveling guide too, I'm not sure, but regardless of whether or not I make a leveling guide, I'll make a low budget guide that way. That's my plan on how to do it. And it'll also be kind of like a challenge or a test or something. And then after that, I'll just scale the build to nuclear, you know, DEFCON 5 levels, and just make a couple more build guides for it, and then just, you know, make some general PoE 2 content, and then I'll probably swap over, do like 1 more build or 1 or 2 more builds before the next league. Presumably, anyways. I'm curious to see when the next PoE 2 league is actually going to happen, to be perfectly honest. I wonder if they have any plans, given like how poor the reception of this league was, to try and speed up the launch of the next league or not. No, I asked you about most fun classes, but what has been the most fun you've ever had in an ARPG? It's a tough question. Like, ARPGs have never been, up until maybe like the last 5-6 months, ARPGs have never been like my main genre of games. They've just been like a genre of games that I like to play a lot. So with that being said, I think probably like the most fun I've ever had in an ARPG would have been when I was like 10 to 12 years old or something, like very young. When did Diablo 3 come out? Yeah, so it must have been when I was like 11 or 12 years old or something. Right before or right after Diablo 3 came out. I can't remember exactly, but I remember my best friend's dad, like, pre-ordered the game or something. Like, somehow my best friend's dad had like these keys that he was able to give me and his son to play like the first act of Diablo 3. And this was probably like the first time I'd ever played an ARPG at all. And I remember being at his house, like my best friend's house. We set up PCs in his like gaming room or whatever, and we just like played Diablo 3. We like got through the first act. I think we were playing together. I can't remember for sure. But then like after that, we like got full access to the game, and we just like grinded the shit out of Diablo 3 for the next like couple weeks or something. And that was probably the most fun I've ever had. Second to that would be the launch of PoE 2, probably, I think. Or like sometime with PoE 2. I'm not exactly sure when, but sometime. Either the launch or the launch of 0.2, actually, because the launch of 0.2 was actually more fun and like kind of special for me, because it was like a big moment for my content creation career. I hit my record for live stream viewers, and then consecutively broke it for the next like 5 to 10 days in a row. Like every single day, I was just getting more and more viewers. Not only that, but the YouTube videos were doing super good as well too. Probably the only thing that kind of took away from the launch of 0.2 was the disastrously overwhelming amount of negative feedback from the community at large. Which, in hindsight, looking back on it, it's actually very sad because, like, imagining, you know, if the stars aligned, like, if not only was my content creation kind of taking off a little bit, like it did at the beginning of the launch, but then if also the launch of 0.2 went super well, and just like a shit ton of people came back to play the game and like kept playing the game, and it like brought in even more people because everybody was just like, holy shit, they fixed everything about the game and they made it 3 times better or whatever. But it was the exact opposite, pretty much. People just absolutely clowned all over 0.2 for the coming weeks. It's quite sad, quite sad. How annoying is having to drop your warpath stacks to loot with this build? Nah, not really annoying at all. I wouldn't say, because you already have low movement speed with warpath. Well, 1, everything dies like almost instantly no matter what, but then 2, you have lower move speed with warpath, so you're like pretty consistently dropping your stacks yourself and just dodge rolling around. But you don't really need the stacks when you're just like doing regular echoes. Stacks are like only really that important to keep up for like single target fights, I think. At least that's been my experience so far. Okay. Alright, so what of my pieces actually look like they could be upgraded? Gloves. Get crit strike multi. No, I can't, so it's probably gonna be decently hard to beat these gloves, but definitely that pair is not gonna do it. That pair is not gonna do it. This pair is also probably not gonna do it. Maybe actually. It's not gonna do it. Void damage. These are actually decent boots. Max move speed implicit. Yeah, those are decent. Maybe something to be done there. Oh, wait. Yeah, probably not. Is Epoch, or is Last Epoch better than PoE 2 now? Nah, I wouldn't say so. Personally, I would not say so. I think there's a lot of things that Last Epoch does do better than PoE 2, or at the very least does differently, and subjectively I could see how someone would consider it to be better. But I think Last Epoch still has like a couple of like really critical issues that extensively get in the way of like everything else that's good about the game. How are you spamming mouse button 4 like that? Trying to reduce the strain on my wrist from manually casting it. Are you talking about this one? Because this ability I actually don't cast. It automatically casts on its own when I'm just running around. That's thanks to this skill right here. Or wait, no. Wait. This skill right here. Or passive skill. And then for MB5 though, for Warpath, my mouse button 5 is my side button from my thumb. So I just hold it down with my thumb. Love PoE, it's just the loot system is kind of bad. I put like 50 maps, didn't get one div. I mean, yeah, but yeah. Boy, do I have news for you for Last Epoch. Like, there are similar problems in Last Epoch, but it's like a different specifics, but similar issue. Like, I feel like most, if not all of my items, I've not found an upgrade for that was more significant than like a 3 to 5% upgrade in like actually God knows how long. I mean, I don't know, like I upgraded my weapon, I guess, semi-recently, and it was like a huge upgrade, but it didn't even feel like it. Like, I don't know, I guess that's the problem, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Something you'll experience if you play the game, probably, but it's kind of like you just get smacked in the noggin with dopamine for the first, like, 30 levels, just repeatedly, just mercilessly slapped with dopamine. And then from, like, level 30 to, like, the rest of the game, probably, you're going to feel, like, dopamine deprived. At least in my opinion. I think it's also important too, because like the dopamine in PoE 2 from like getting a divine, it's not actually about the divine. Like, it's not like when you get a divine, you're like, oh my god, like holy shit, now I can go use this divine on my piece of gear that's worth like 5 exalted, and it's gonna be so valuable. The reason like why you get the dopamine like doesn't exist in Last Epoch really, because like the reason you get the dopamine in PoE 2 is you get the divine drop, and you know that you can convert divine. You cannot, depending on where your character's at, you can either convert the divine to exalted, and then you know you're going to be able to go buy a lot of upgrades with the exalted, and more importantly, those upgrades are going to translate to you being able to do harder content at a quicker pace and have like a lower likelihood of dying. You're going to get tankier, do more damage, and you're going to like probably move faster. And, you know, especially depending on what, you know, where you are with your character, you could upgrade your whole kit with a divine in theory. But the problem is in this game, even when you get a good upgrade, you're missing the dopamine because you don't get those 3 things. You don't really get that much of like you're not, it's like, I've yet to get an upgrade, or I haven't gotten an upgrade in like 50 levels that's made me feel like, oh, sick. Like now I'm about to go kill monsters quicker because I'm already killing the fucking monsters at light speed. Content creators always go where they please, right? Don't start speaking about a game in a beta form to be great or being held back. If it comes to the cash you get, just play and move on. I'm not really sure what this means. I'm certainly not getting paid by any of these games. I can tell you that much right now. But I don't even, is Last Epoch still in beta? Or I don't know if you're referencing Last Epoch or if you're referencing like PoE right now, or like I'm not really sure. Not really sure what's going on here. Whew. Melee attack speed, okay. That's not bad. Wait, these gloves could actually end up being an upgrade. The only problem is it's not gonna matter because I'm not gonna feel the difference, to be perfectly honest. But they're gonna be an upgrade, I think. Okay, so melee attack speed, and then what do I want on top of that? Strength, right? Or maybe increased area? Either strength or area. I've already got 100% crit, so I don't need that. Could be mana too, technically, but I don't think it needs to be mana. I just realized this has 14 all LE. Okay, I'll be fine without it, actually, so it's good. How much does increased area of skills go up by? Wow, it only goes to 20%. That seems really low. Like, really low, actually. Increased area only being 20%. Maybe it's actually not that bad. It's probably just strength, though, I think. I mean, I guess it could be strength and area if I just, if I seal these affixes. And there's also... Ooh, nice. Sealed on T3. It's actually decent. So we could do hybrid health. We could do... Should I could finally put that set bonus here, actually. Hmm. Okay, let's wait, because I might put that set bonus. Let's see if we can make a helmet, because we could also put the set bonus on the helmet. Okay, let's work on this one first. So it's got mana strength. Yeah, we lose mana with the percent mana, but I mean, it is what it is. And we definitely don't want fire res. So this is probably a chaos. Don't really want fizz res either. Critical strike avoidance and dodge rating is okay. We'll let that one sit for a second. We'll let that one simmer. Probably want like percent armor here, right? Or I guess health would also be really good. Percent armor, percent health. Holy shit, it's sealed at T4. What? I don't know how unlikely that is, but that seems kind of crazy. Well, let me come back to this one too. I mean, this one's also insane, but let me try a better helmet for a second. So there's the 550 armor helmet. Okay, so there's 550 armor, reduced bonus damage taken from critical strikes. But we already have 32% avoidance. That'd be 22%. I mean, oh no. The throwing attack critical strike chance. I don't have a freaking shard for that. Huh. Okay, we got rid of the Ellie res, which is actually nice. Oh. Holy, we got rid of the 2 that we needed to get rid of. We only have 30 forging potential now, though, but that might be enough. That might be enough. Okay, so... I don't have any reduced channel cost shards. How is that possible? Oh, it's a suffix. I have 1. That's so sad.
Yes.
Why is this fucking mod so rare?
Take care.
Ugh, I want to add channel cost so bad, but I only have 1 tier of it. Maybe channel cost doesn't really matter. Oh, wait, channel cost might not even matter, actually. I should already cost, like, nothing. It just ramps up hella over time, so... Okay, so... Fuck. What do I want to do here? I could seal the mana. I could also seal a defensive affix. I really need to get my freaking plus 20 resistance, whatever. I gotta go spam this afterwards. Reign of Dragons. Son of a bitch, man. Okay. I guess... Yeah, let's just skimp on the res. Let's do health, I think. Oh, 10 forging potential. It's so low. What do we do with 10 forging potential, man? Okay, that one's decent. Oh wait, I trolled this. Honestly, I don't know if this one could even be better, because it's like the fizz res is just so weird for me. I guess I can try and get lucky, remove the fizz res. Nah, it didn't happen. Oh, it hit the endurance. That's good, actually. Okay, so now... I think I need to seal the mana. Oh, it didn't seal, and I have no forging potential. Oh my god. What am I even supposed to do with this forging potential, man? Cannot do shit.
Okay, well, let's go back to these gloves then. Actually, let's go back to this helmet. This is sealed T4 crit strike avoidance. Nice. We got a critical success. I mean, this one turned out pretty good. Unfortunately, it's like a pretty bad base. I mean, it's movement speed, but it's like really low armor. Yeah, I'll compare those two in a second. So now we just need to put the thingy here. Okay. Okay. And whether or not this is actually even really an upgrade for sure, like putting on these two pieces, I'm not positive, but how does it say 6% reduced to damage taken? Where am I getting reduced to damage taken from? It must be coming from like the frailty or something. That puts me up to 3820 armor, 58%, 2600 HP. Oh, I know why. It's because this is making me take 6% increased damage taken. So yeah, so this is huge defensive upgrade and slight offensive downgrade, but huge defensive upgrade, I think. Or a decent one, I guess. Like, I don't know. For sure. But then if we combine it with one of these, it should be even better. Also, though, technically, regardless of which of these I do, I will be a little cooked on Ellie res, but I think I can fix that. You don't happen to have a loot filter to level with Warpath, do you? I don't really, but I would recommend just picking up the loot filter from Max Roll. If you go to the Max Roll and then like the Warpath build guide there, you can use that loot filter and it works for leveling basically. You might need to like tweak it a little bit, but it kind of works. It's basically what I did. I grabbed it and then just like tweaked it, but I don't think mine works for leveling anymore with the tweaks I've done, I'm pretty sure.
Wait, I can't change my blessings? Thought I could, like, swap it out. Interesting. Okay, wait. So I just have to go over yonder really quick, and I can swap it out, I think.
Greetings.
Okay, yeah, here we go.
Greetings. Mistakes can be undone, but the lesson remains.
Holy shit, 64% lightning res is crazy. Okay. My resistances are a little bit better now. I can kind of manage this, but I do need to go get the 20% all resistances from this timeline, and I still need to get my still need to get my unique relic, and yeah, I need a lot of shit, actually. I need a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff. Okay, how close am I to doing this boss again? I can do it now. Let's do this. Bro, drop the damn relic, you little shithead, man. This guy will not drop his relic. Okay. Well, I got another Harbinger's needle, which is nice, I guess.
That's right. I was gonna try and craft on these boots too. I don't know if that's actually smart though. Actually, wait, definitely not those, probably. Honestly, nah. Crafting neither of these boots are gonna be likely to end up being much better. We'll try and craft this ring really quick, just randomly chaos it. See if I get anything juicy. Not really. Actually, let's go up our corruption really quick. We have 3 Gaze of Orbis. Gonna put us almost up to 200 corruption now. Has he killed the Uber boss yet? Hell no. Talking about Uber Aberoth? I have not. I am approaching killing the normal version of Aberoth at this point now, but not Uber Aberoth. Wait, what the hell? Now that thing opened up, now I can increase the corruption on this timeline, actually.
Holy shit. I'm not even gonna lie, I'm kind of getting spun out over here. Like, I really want to fucking get to Uber, or not Uber. Fuck getting to Uber Aberoth. I don't even know how to get to that boss, but I'm not even gonna pretend to imagine that I would actually want to get there, but like, God, I want to get to Aberoth so bad, but holy shit, like, I can't even cap that this is getting a little bit like mind-numbing. It's getting a little bit mind-numbing at this point. Just a little bit. Any hot tips for getting past non-empowered monoliths faster? Yeah. Go up the right side for the timelines. Like, I'll show you here in just a second. So, go up this way for the timelines. And literally just... Let me go back to you really quick. Like, I would legit just start. I would pick south, east, west, or north. Doesn't really matter, but just pick one of them and go straight in that direction as fast as possible. Go straight to the objective for every echo. Skip the tombs of the erased. Skip the cemeteries. Skip, like, whatever side objectives you don't really care about. You don't really need to care about most of them. And, like, you shouldn't really care about most of them in non-empowered monoliths. Do the side quest, obviously. Do the final quest to finish the timeline. Go up through the right, and then you just have to finish these 3. And once you finish these 3, you will unlock empowered monoliths. So basically just skip everything, go straight to the objective for every echo, and just blast through the echoes as quickly as possible. Also, if you have any glyphs of envy, you can skip the entire timeline, basically. All you have to do is use one glyph of envy on a non-empowered timeline, and it'll fill this bar all the way up past the 3rd quest, so then you can just go straight through the quest, and you don't have to worry about doing echoes to get your timeline stability.
Stand down or die.
Damn it. I was hoping that wouldn't one-shot me, but I'm not surprised it one-shot me, I guess. Yeah, I did way more damage than my HP. We learn. Today we learn. Nice, nice. No, man. Give me the damn all resistances, bro. Okay.
Welcome back. Though before we can do that, we'll have to get past Babylon, of course.
Okay. Well, I didn't really get what I want from that, I'm gonna be honest, which is a little unfortunate. Go up my corruption at least, though. Where's the damn thingies at, man? Holy frame rate stutter. That was a little nasty.
Stand down or die.
Yo, what's up, Morph? Did you update POV? Oh my god, wait, that wasn't. Okay, yeah, I wasn't supposed to do that yet. Hold on, I need to do. Ugh, let me just do a couple more so I can do the boss, the timeline boss one more time before I do the yeah, did you update POV? I haven't updated it since like the 16th or something.
Stand down or die.
I already have 4 Gaze of Orbis, though. Shit, I should just fucking do this really quick. Oh. Okay, this timeline's at 250 corruption. Okay, so I gotta do 5 more. I'm unfortunately still freaking missing my peak relic, among other things. Well, but thoughts on Tangletongue Spear in PoE 2? It's decent. Decent. I don't think it's like better than godly rolled rare spears, but it is certainly decent. Okay. What now? I guess I just gotta try and do the rest of my fucking Harbingers.
Stand down or die.
Do you have a build planner? Not for like last Epoch. I do not. I don't think I'm gonna create one. My build is similar to the Warpath Void Knight build on max roll though, so if you follow that, you should end up with something similar. Oh Lord. Holy shit. Okay. Yeah, I'm good on all this.
They just don't worry about me. Focus on the task. Focus on killing the Harbingers. We'll speak again soon.
What brings you May here? Terra guide your travels.
disenchant bench in your hideout would be a nice QOL addition. Yeah, I could see that. Something that just like lets you shatter everything. Or at the very least, just like something that lets you like shatter your whole inventory, even if it has to use the shattered runes. I think that's perfectly fine. But yeah, if I could just like shatter my whole inventory at once, that would be kind of nice. I completely agree. Alrighty. Splinter again. Boss. Oh wait, I forgot. This guy get out of this little shit on the ground?
Three left. Stop hunting the Harbingers. I will face them myself from now on.
Okay. So I need to do corruption 250 or above. So I think I need to come... Yeah, I need to come here, probably. It's either here or... What's this one? One of these. I need to, like... go kill Shade of Oribos really quick. I guess it doesn't really matter which one. I'll just do this one though. How long did it take you to get the mana per second to sustain your whirlwind? Not long at all. I didn't even really have to do anything for it because you don't actually really need much mana sustain. You just need like a chunky mana pool. And then you combine that with Void Well, the passive from Void Knight, and a couple of nodes from the Devouring Orb, like right here, and I got these as well to help. Like, once you have all that, as long as you have like a decently chunky mana pool, you're pretty much good to go. Because you'll never be able to fully sustain Whirlwind if you take this point. You'll never be able to like fully sustain it. It's just impossible. So I wouldn't even try to fully sustain it. I would just like get to the point where you can hold it down for a decent bit.
Stand down or die.
Does your defense increase while you're in Whirlwind? I get like extra resistances because of my relic. But I don't think I get like a significant amount of defense while I'm whirlwinding. I'm sure there's like I mean, I'm sure I'm getting some defense somewhere, but not a lot, I don't think. Looks fun, but as Rutu would say, not meaningful combat. That's for damn sure. I will say, like, once you beat the entire game and then do like 500 echoes and basically like numb your mind to the point of like, you know, wanting to just like log off, eventually the bosses do actually give fun. Like, at the point that I'm at now, the bosses are actually like okay, I would say. Like, they're decent because you actually have to like avoid the mechanics, and like the bosses like actually feel okay right now. The problem is the bosses, I feel like, should have felt like this from the beginning.
Yes. Take care.
But now I'm just at a point where it's like, even though like the bosses are actually like kind of fun now, it's like my character is just like so hard to actually get upgrades, and it's also just like I don't know. I'm burnt. I am burnt out. Sounds like reroll time? Hell nah. Hell nah. I think I have a very high suspicion that even if I were to roll, it would like end up feeling very similar. Maybe not like one-to-one with Warpath, where I'm just like holding down one button. But the whole like character progression thing issue, I feel like I'd probably still have it. And it would actually just be worse on a reroll character now, because like I already have so many shards and crafting materials. I could start over on like a fresh character or something, like a solo self-found mode or whatever. That would kind of help, but still feel like it would be a similar process or a similar experience, where I assume my character would feel really strong pretty quickly into the game, and then I'd probably like never really felt like I got stronger again. Is there a system like D4 where you don't have to do the story again? Not exactly. There's like story skips and stuff. Like, there's ways you can like speed run the story, but you can't like start. Yeah, you can't like start in adventure mode or whatever like you could in Diablo.
Yeah, it is good as a nice little break from PoE 2. I agree with that. That's for sure. Like PoE 2 was out for like a week and a half or whatever. Get to hop on or get to hop over, play Last Epoch for a couple days, take a little break, and then just go back to PoE 2 feeling refreshed, revitalized, and all that good stuff. Definitely one nice benefit. It's one of the weird ones where the beacon is actually in here. It is.
Stand down or die.
No, I stood in the shit. GG. GG.
Stand down or die.
Damn, what the fuck? Where the hell is one of the reset things, man? Or where is one of the shades of Oribus?
Stand down or die. Stand down or die.
Would you use your runes of ascendance on to jumpstart the build? Probably two-hand sword to try and get like Dreamthorn or whatever that unique two-hand sword is. I think you start using it at like level 30 or 40 or something, and that's super good. Outside of that, outside of that, I'm not actually sure. I mean, there's probably like some good leveling uniques in this game, but I just don't know what they are, really. Like, the only thing that comes to mind, really, for me would be that Dreamthorn sword, because I used that for like 50 levels or some bullshit. Just like murdered everything as well, so. I guess you could also do boots, I guess. I mean, I know there is a pair of boots that's decent for the build, even in the campaign. They give you move speed based on like how much extra void damage you have, or void melee damage you have, or whatever. But there's probably even better boots than that for like actually leveling quickly. And then once you're into the end game, though, I don't even think there's like, I haven't really used any runes of ascendance in the end game, because I don't actually think, from my understanding, there's not really like much worth getting at that point. Holy crap. Where's the Shade of Orbis? I've gone so far on this timeline.
Stand down or die.
How late did you use the Dreamthorn? I think I legit used my Dreamthorn. Can't remember if I was using the Dreamthorn or there was like this one unique mace that I used to
Stand down or die.
but I can't remember what it was called. Hold on, let me look really quick. I'll be able to figure it out if I just see the mace. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I used this thing. I used Dreamthorn all the way until I could use this. And then I think I literally used this all the way until I could use this. And that's pretty much it. I mean, I used like some random rare weapons like prior to Dreamthorn though, obviously, but yeah, I think I used Dreamthorn probably till about like level 50 or 60. And then I was using that mace.
Stand down or die. Stand down or die.
What? I didn't complete this map. How?
Stand down or die.
When you gonna drop a build PoE 2? We need you, man. I'll be coming back to PoE 2 probably tomorrow, my brother. Coming back to PoE 2 tomorrow. I'll probably be starting out or tomorrow or like the day after that, like very, very soon. Like this is pretty much gonna be the last time I play last Epoch for now. So I'll be hopping back on PoE 2 very soon. Plan to make a chaos.lich build, and I'll definitely be making some build guides for that, undoubtedly.
Stand down. Stand down or die. Stand down or die.
Holy shit, finally one of these fucking shades of Orbis fucking thingies. My goodness. Oh shit, I got the hiccups now, GG. GG. Oh my goodness. They bad this time too. Yeah, I appreciate that, man. Thanks for stopping by, saying what's up. Appreciate the support as well. I'll definitely be back soon, man. I'll be back soon, that's for sure. Not only that, I'll be back and I'll be refreshed as well. Got a little quick mid-league break from PoE. Come back nice and refreshed. It'll be quite good. Alrighty. What does this shit say? Why do these seem like they say different things? This is... Why is this one 12 and this one's 50? Oh yeah, why is this one 12 and this one's 10? Weird.
Have any farming Shadow Chains for multiple days, still nothing, drop rate so bad. What does Shadow Chains drop from? Is that from like Aberoth or what?
Stand down or die. Stand down or die.
From the boss that increases corruption? Oh. Shade of Orbis? Oh yeah. Interesting. I didn't know you dropped that actually.
Stand down or die.
Don't worry, I'm about to fight him really quick and I'll get the Shattered Chains drop for you, don't worry. But yeah, I think every single time I've fought him, he's given me the ring. The Siphon of Anguish. I think I've gotten like 15 of these things or some shit. Yeah, weird. This shit says he has a 15%. This thing says Shade of Orbis has a 15% drop chance for this. But yeah, I've definitely killed this boss like 10, 15 plus times. And I've not seen it. Yeah, I'm at fucking 242. This is about to put me up to like 300 corruption right here. Oh, let's see. Let's see. Absolutely obliterated this shithead.
Create a shade of Orbis of each type to reset this timeline's web of echoes and gain corruption based on the highest corruption. Reaching any timeline by any character with access to the same stash as this one. Okay, nice. Well, we got another ring. No belt. GG. Raider. Okay, well. Yeah, you're all good. You can go for it, Leonard K. Can you move out here, lady? How do you run cast on crit without scepter? Your build only shows plus 30 for spirit. Yes, so if you're not running scepter, then what I did was I ran cast on shock plus I think the correct choice was like cast on shock, Herald of Thunder, and Ghost Dance for bosses was like technically the best for pinnacles, but the easy choice was to another easy choice was to just turn off Combat Frenzy. Like if you have 134 spirit and you're running Wind Dancer, Combat Frenzy, Herald, and like Ghost Dance or something, then you could just turn off everything but like Herald or Ghost Dance, like leave something on and then just turn on cast on crit. Yeah, I appreciate that, man. But yeah, technically, like before I had the scepter, I actually wasn't using cast on crit. I would just turn off a couple things and then use cast on shock. And then I started using cast on crit once I got the scepter. But if I had to like go back and redo it on my way to getting a scepter, because I think I would end up getting a scepter, but in the meantime, like until I got one, yeah, I would just turn off, you know, a bunch of my spirit skills for bosses and then turn on cast on crit. Because, yeah, cast on crit does work quite a bit better than cast on shock, honestly. And most of the spirit skills we run, we don't really need for bosses. Like, Wind Dancer doesn't really do anything for bosses. Combat Frenzy does literally nothing for bosses. Herald of Thunder
basically does nothing for bosses, but it does give us like 70% increased damage from like the Herald passive tree nodes on the passive tree. And Ghost Dance also kind of does nothing, but Ghost Dance is like probably the most useful one for bosses out of like all the usual spirit skills that we use for maps anyways. Alrighty, fellas. I am going to go ahead and call the stream there, though. Like I said, I think tomorrow, it'll either be tomorrow or the next day, because like it's like kind of a weird time right now. It's 7 a.m. But either tomorrow or let me rephrase that. Either today or tomorrow, like now that it's 7 a.m. Now, you're all good, Leonard K. Don't even worry about it, my man. I'm perfectly okay with PoE questions while playing Last Epoch. But yeah, long story short, back to what I was saying. Either today, like as in today the 21st, or tomorrow the 22nd, I will be back streaming PoE 2. My plan is probably off stream to just like push the rest of the way to Aberoth and then fight and kill Aberoth, assuming I can kill him, assuming he's not like giga hard out of nowhere. But then, yeah, I'm just going to do that to do it, as in, like, prior to making my updated opinion on the game. I just want to, like, be able to say that I killed Aberoth, so nobody can say, like, oh, you haven't even killed the boss yet, or, like, you haven't even gotten to empowered monoliths or whatever. Like, I at least want to say, like, yeah, I've done pretty much everything, except Uber Aberoth, I guess. Then give my updated opinion on the game, talk about what I like about it, talk about what I think is severely wrong with it and does need to change, at least if I were to ever be able to like play this game long term. And then we will be back to PoE 2, playing the Chaos.lich, make some build guides for that. I've got some really cool ideas for how to make like good build guides for my next class, make like a good low budget build guide, and then some, you know, more heavy investment guides after that. But yeah, it should be good. What's up, Sid? Sorry, brother, you caught the very tail end of the stream. I'm glad you're enjoying Last Epoch, though. Yeah. I appreciate you tuning in, though. Sucks you're here at the very end. And enjoy it while it lasts, man. I think Last Epoch is a really good game, but I do think it has like some slightly fundamental end game, or maybe not end game, but like fundamental progression issues. Makes it get stale a little quick, but I don't want to take away from your fun. Anybody that can have fun with the game long term, more power to them, because like it is a fun game. Just got like that one major issue, which I will certainly talk about in my video. But I appreciate y'all. Mugs Costa, take it easy, brother. Appreciate you showing up to the stream. New first time viewer. I hope I'll catch you around for some PoE 2 streams whenever we got a more vibrant chat with more people and stuff. It's a little bit more entertaining and active. And yeah. Yeah, that's fair, Floki. I will say that's fair. Like, the way that they handled SSF in this game, I think the SSF mode in this game is... Like, honestly, why does PoE 2 not just yoink the SSF mode from this game? Or maybe not the SSF mode, but, like, the endgame faction or whatever, the COF, the Circle of Fortune. Why is it not that in PoE 2, like, they should add another option when you go to make your character and you choose SSF, you should have an option to get like extra loot. Like, you don't have to turn it on if you don't want to, but it could be like the recommended SSF experience or whatever. Click the button, you get like 35% more currency,
35% more items, increased unique drop rates, stuff like that. Damn, actually, that's I'm gonna keep that in mind for the future, because that would actually solve so many problems in PoE 2 right now. Because like a lot of the major issues with PoE 2 for like crafting and the difficulty of the game hit SSF and hardcore the hardest by far. So that'd be an interesting thing if they added that to PoE 2, but alrighty though, y'all take it easy. I'll catch y'all on the next one. Later, chefs. Appreciate y'all.